Hey, we're live. How is everybody doing today, guys? Over on a brand new setting, guys. Definitely digitally. So welcome on in, guys. And before we kind of get started here tonight, guys, definitely, we want to welcome you guys on in to continuing on our campfire legends, guys. Definitely. And before we get we get set up, guys, I don't know if the narrator's going to work on here or not. We've tried it before. I don't think it is. Um, definitely. So again we're gonna kind of start with a little bit of Halloween art space, guys. Definitely. And I want to move this kind of stuff out of the way too. Um, that also Thanksgiving too as well. Um, I'm just kind of testing this too as well. Um, so I thought maybe we kind of start off with kind of a sketch. It depends on how long the sketch goes. I may have to do. Um, I may have to do a part two to this. I don't know. Depends on my timing because it says it's only going to give me what? It's only going to give me what? 60 seconds. Oh, okay. This one's going to be awesome. I'm going to do a witch, guys. I think we're going to do a witch tonight. Definitely. Oh, everybody loves witches, guys. And oh, so welcome on in, guys. And I usually have a pail. Excuse me. I usually do have a pail in front of me. More room. I had to change things around, guys. Definitely. That kind of stuff like that too as well. This is kind of hard, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna dump my coffee. It is cold, but definitely. And again, just to let you guys know, as TikTok creators, guys, we'll post what we want to post. People don't tell us what to post, how to post, because we don't. It was different if we're employed by these apps or and that kind of stuff like that, and we were making money off it. I'm not making money off this, so I'm going to post what the hell I want to post, and nobody's going to tell me otherwise. Because, like I said, I've always stayed in guidelines. So does everybody else. And you get these people in Belgium. You get these people over in Europe think they own our content and they don't own it. So they send threatening messages and they false massively report people. Unless it's the musicians themselves, yes, I can understand that. But it wouldn't be them. It would be it's just individual welfare punks thinking trying to cause trouble. They're doxing and stalking and that kind of and hacking is what they're doing because they're too angry, they're too jealous. Um, So I don't have. Oh shoot! I did have a nice. I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with an orange color this time for the hat. Usually the hats are black, but we're gonna make the switch kind of a hippie color, guys. Definitely. Or maybe a red color. I may have to do when we go into the Ghost Legend. I'm not sure how we're gonna do the Ghost Legends on here, guys. Totally. It's all in fun, guys. Again, it is Halloween time. Like I said, that's why I said these idiots are ruining everything to do with the holiday and everything else like that. They're ruining everybody's content. And they're the same idiots that are posting Christmas stuff right now around Halloween time, and it's not Christmas. Christmas content should not legally be starting, or I can't say legally, but legally shouldn't be starting until after October 31st. It's different if it's a Halloween theme that's got a little bit of Christmas to it. I can understand that, like the Tim Burton stuff or whatever, like you see on TikTok. But anything that's strictly Christmas shouldn't even be posting, or content shouldn't really be posting until after Halloween. My theory, anyways, on that one. So totally. So again, we're gonna give her kind of a bit of an orange hat, guys. So a lot of my live streams now, a lot of my shows, guys, now are going to be on here on YouTube. Between YouTube, TikTok, Instagram is still close to Facebook, so we're going to scratch out Instagram. Strictly going to be just YouTube Live, TikTok, and Bigo. Definitely. Just let you guys know, some shows, yes, when the lights are out and it's like kind of even when I bring back the haunted house and that kind of stuff like that, guys, we're going to be on YouTube. But definitely, and I think what we got set up for Halloween night, guys. Definitely, we're going to do on YouTube. So since now I got my YouTube working, I hope it stays working. Definitely, Facebook. I'm only going to use to check my instant messaging, or if somebody needs to write me, I got to respond back to somebody by message. That's about it. As far as my shows are officially leaving Facebook and coming towards YouTube, TikTok, and Bigo. So people are just getting fed up. People are just getting so fed up with Facebook in general, because Facebook's getting way too controlling, too manipulative. You don't want nothing to that. People are just saying, you know what, they're washing their hands of Facebook in general. Even churches that are trying to run their Sunday services, online services, because they can't gather physically, and because some of the church service contains music, they're running into problems on Facebook. Facebook is threatening them. So that's why I said Facebook is getting too threatening with people. And we only put up with so much of that shit. Totally. That's all I can say in a polite way. But this show's not about that. Definitely. So I'm gonna make her hat kind of an orange color, guys. Definitely. That's why I said Facebook. I've been doing live streams between these other platforms and also too on Facebook for years. Even before these other live streams opened up, and they're just mad because I pulled Christmas Elf Lounge off of Facebook because it was being abused. People were abusing it. They were getting mouthy. They were getting controlling. They were getting religious. They were pushing the religion on people. Everything else like that. They were saying rude comments, nasty comments. They were totally doxing, bullying, stalking. Hashtagging you into their pages without your permission. Just going through anybody's Facebook, taking their names and just linking their profiles to their pages to these fake lottery money, fake lottery winnings and all that's not real. That kind of stuff like that. And they're starting to get pissed off because the police now are starting to catch them, and they don't like it. So what they do is when they see you do some fun things to liven it up to draw your followers in, and they see you having fun, you're sitting at home listening to music, taking your mind off of what's going on around us. They get jealous, they get pissed off, so they turn around and they massively falsely report you and try to say they own your video. And they lie to Facebook report center and say they own your video. And they click on copyright claim, and they literally mass report people for no reason at all. Because you're enjoying yourself is offensive to them, because they're not happy. They're not enjoying themselves. So they get jealous. They get pissed off. That's what it is. But yeah, so if you guys are running churches, because we can't meet physically in buildings. If you guys are running churches, you're doing Bible studies or whatever, between Zoom, YouTube, TikTok, and Bigo is your platforms that will allow your music content to be played. Like right now, if I want to put a CD on, I can. And I know I did airband lip singing on here, and YouTube loves it. YouTube loves it because it's good for it strengthens up the algorithm. And definitely, it's just Facebook seems to have a problem with stuff that gets very, 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 very vindictive and very controlling, totally. And they know that like when I come on here, I don't make money at this. This is not a money making thing for me. Like I'm not making money. I'm not here to make money. I don't charge money for what I do, even with my haunted houses, guys. I'm not in it to make money and that kind of stuff like that. I'm just here to make people, to enjoy myself, to take my mind off of everyday things, because I'm at home a lot now since I'm not working. I was working 1 day a week, and my job got terminated because of the pandemic or whatever. Had wiped it out. But what else are we supposed to do? We're sitting at home. There's nothing to do. So yes, when we go live from our own front living rooms, we are going to play a CD player in the background because that's our everyday normal lifestyle. Or if there's kids sitting down watching a cartoon, what people kind of bitch and say, oh, these foreign countries say, oh, we own this video now. you're going to put in copyright, bitch about copyright claim. That's being cruel and mean to little kids. Definitely. That is called being a fucking crook. Pardon my language, or the F-bombs. Definitely. No platform has ever, or CEO has ever the right to pull that crap or allow that crap to go on. Totally. But Facebook does allow that. Definitely, that is the behavior that goes on there, because these trolls get in and massively report. Definitely, for no reason. They make false lies, and they cost me time and hours of hard work. Definitely. Making an effort to do something constructive, even if it's voluntarily like this, to make an effort to do some type of work. Definitely. It is, we have to do everything from at home, because like I said, I'm fully vaccinated, but I still do everything from home like we're told to. We're in a digital computer generation, guys. Everything is done online. You have to get used to it. Definitely, people have to get used to it, that it's a computer generation that is controlled by computers. There's no more allowed going out here and there with your friends. Everything is done online. If you want to go, it's bad enough. There's some non-industrial stores you may not be allowed to shop at. You have to shop online. Definitely, like, you do everything online. Church, you have to do online. You can't go to church. You can't go out to church. You can't go out to a building to church. It's not allowed today. Totally. So when they do their services online, yes, it's going to contain music, isn't it not? When they go live on YouTube or they go live on Zoom, they're going to have music. But then there's trolls that get in there, like from Belgium or from Uganda or wherever the fuck they're from, sit there and say, oh, we own their video now. It's our video. They stole our stuff. It's not your stuff. You don't own it. You're just lying to the report center because you're just clicking a button. You're clicking a mouse saying you own this, you own that. You don't own anything. Totally. I'm not saying that to be mean. That is the 100% truth. Totally. Or you get upset because somebody's playing a CD player in the background. All of a sudden you own my video? No, you don't. The musicians don't even do that. They're glad to see that they have fans. They're glad to see, that their fans are, are loving them, and that kind of stuff like that. So by playing, when they hear their own album in the background, it makes them feel good, because they know that they have fans out there that are buying their stuff, that's loving their stuff, loving their hard work. They're being appreciated, not disappreciated. But these foreign people, because they don't have access to what we have access, I'm not saying that in a mean way, they get upset, they get jealous, they get ticked off, they get controlling. Or they're told they can't cross the borders, can't come to Canada, they get pissed off. So what they do is they go online, they attack everybody. They bully, they troll everybody. They terrorize everybody online. Everybody online on every social media account, and they temporarily suspend them, or we get threatening notices because they file false complaints to the report center. This is why I said, guys, this is getting totally nonsense. I know they do that on TikTok too, and this is why a lot of us innocent bystander TikToks are getting so upset, and we have every right to. Definitely. I don't know what that is there at the bottom. I think that was always there, but that was scaring me for a bit. Sorry to do it going to a PSA here, guys. Totally. I think that's sharp enough. I don't want to break it. Of course, it is, festivities. It is Halloween, guys. Right now, yes. I'm agreeing not to do Christmas Elf Lounge anymore because of how badly it was abused, everything else like that. So I did away with that. So they're probably thinking, oh, good, because he did away with Christmas Elf Lounge. Maybe we'll get him to do away with Halloween. No, sorry. Ain't gonna happen. Because like I said, there's a lot of people that love Halloween. There's a lot of horror movie fans out there. They love Halloween. They love what I do with the haunted house. I know this year is just on a temporary break, but same with the Campfire Ghost Legends. Everybody loves that kind of stuff. I'm sorry, but you can't attack something that a lot of people like because you specifically don't like it. It's not about what you like. It's about what other people like. I don't come on here for myself, and I don't come on here for the bullies, and I don't come on here for the trolls. I come on here for the people that actually are wanting to come in and follow and watch and listen. And that enjoys my stuff. Enjoys following and enjoys these, my camp story, enjoys, my experiences and sharing. It's not easy for us to do this. Totally, totally. Like I said, times have changed. Everything is digitalized. Everything's computerized today. It is a computer generation. Everything is computer. Actually, what I seen today on, I don't think we're gonna get through this, which we'll do a partially, and then I want to try to see if I can get back on here tonight too as well. For Ghost Legends. If not here, it'll be Beagle. So just so let you guys know, if other people, live streamers on here, can play their CD players, they can play a movie in the background, or they can actually scan the movie. I should have the same rights too on here as they have. Totally. But if the rules are going to be put on me, then guess what? Sorry, Facebook, the rules have to be put on everybody else too as well. It's only fair. Definitely. I'm sorry to have to put it that way, but you can't just troll and bully one person and not the others. It doesn't work that way. If you're going to be like that, totally. And you wonder why people get so upset with you with Facebook. They're literally saying fuck Facebook, and they're coming back. They're actually bringing their videos. They're bringing their hard work on, like myself now, onto YouTube, and they're going TikTok way. So we're protesting and saying, Facebook, it's time that Facebook is gone off the internet totally. That it no longer should be allowed to exist. I'm not saying that to be mean, because it is like us and as bystanders are the ones that get attacked. It's totally not right. Not right at all. And all our hard work gets attacked. And time and effort that we put in. So I'm gonna give her. I think I'm gonna give her a bit of a blue outline, guys. Definitely. And let's see how much time we have here tonight, guys. Good thing I did get YouTube guys going here, guys. I hope I'm not setting a I'm not again. I'm not trying to get in politics. I'm not trying to go over boundaries and that kind of stuff like that too as well. But yeah, the reason why I love being on YouTube, guys, definitely because YouTube. I know for a fact that YouTube, I can use musical content, like my shows always have. Even by when I did regular VHS tape to do my Jokers on Duty tape, I used regular music, and I had scanned it onto YouTube, and YouTube didn't seem to have a problem with it. It allowed the audio to restore into it, gave you the option to restore your audio, what you wanted to do. Definitely, or if you wanted to put new music layout to it, it gave you that option. Facebook doesn't even give you that option anymore. They're just too quick to judge. Well, YouTube here, YouTube loves it. So does TikTok. So does Bigo. Definitely. And for the first half, I was sharing my TikTok videos. Every time I did a TikTok video, I've been sharing them faithfully over to Facebook all the time with no problem. Facebook was putting them through. Now Facebook is refusing them. I don't know if anybody else is getting that issue or whatever, but if you are getting that issue, it's time to leave Facebook. When that starts happening, leave Facebook. Come YouTube, guys. Go Bigo Live, because you can post your TikToks on your Bigo page. Totally. Definitely. Come to these bigger, stronger social medias. Definitely. I think this is going to be our digital future, definitely. But now I'm terrible sometimes at this, but that's okay. And I'm going to do her partially. I'm not going to get into much detail. Even if we do finish her up, I have to, again, I will do another session tonight, guys, too, on here. What is it? It's not even no, it's not even midnight yet, but midnight, guys, definitely, guys, will be Ghost Legend night. And it's pretty sad to shame, because the Ghost Legend nights are going well on Facebook, and Facebook is losing the privilege of my Ghost Legends. So I'm pulling them away from Facebook too now, and bringing them towards other directions now. So definitely, with it being Halloween. So again, we give her a bit of a and also too, because I know YouTube loves Hunter's Cabin, because I've done Hunter's Cabin for years on here. Same with Facebook. Definitely. Camp Hunt and Hunter's Cabin. If you guys watch this YouTube channel, guys, all my shows are on here. Totally. Since it started. Now, I think we're gonna. Now, usually she should have a black dress, but we're gonna give her a brown. I think we're gonna give her a nice brown one. Witches usually don't have brown dresses, but this one is. Now the only platforms, guys, the only platforms that does allow alcohol on it is YouTube and TikTok. Beagle's the only one that doesn't allow it. Definitely. That, yes, they can kick you for, but that's all they go after you for is if they see you with a liquor bottle or they see you with a cigarette in your mouth. Now I'm a non-smoker, but or you're smoking marijuana or whatever on Beagle, yes, that they will kick you off. Or you roll the dice and you're gambling. That's all they go after you for. That's all these other platforms only go after you for. Now this one in TikTok don't, but Beagle does. Definitely. That's all they're more worried about is those rules being broken. They're not worried about people playing a CD player or playing a movie in the background. I know I've been on Beagle for years, and I could sit there and I can show and play a full documentary, and people will sit there and they'll love it. Oh, but Facebook? No, Facebook has to make a big issue out of everything. I'd be shutting Facebook right down completely. Permanently. Everybody, if you guys are so used to social media, start coming this way towards YouTube, start coming towards Beagle way, start coming towards TikTok way. Have fun with the rest of us. Enjoy yourself. That's what social media is supposed to be about. Entertain yourself, your family, your friends. Meet people, make new friends. So far, I'm going to show you the witch here, guys, just to get the Ghost Legend started tonight, guys. Definitely. This means this is going to be a long one tonight, too, so definitely, so. Means I have to let this one share, and then I'll have to try it. Then I have to do a fresh one, so that is okay, guys. Definitely. It's part of Halloween activity, guys. Definitely. Well, of course, too, people could be just mad at people could be just jealous of me too because I'm keeping Halloween going, but online. Instead of going out to a physical party or going out to because I've always done Halloween online. Instead of going out to a physical party or that kind of stuff like that, and people are mad because they're being secluded from a lot of stuff because they're choosing not to go get vaccinated, and they're just probably just getting pissed off and jealous and generally. So they're mass reporting people because they can't have their way because they can't go to a bar, they can't, if they're not vaccinated, they can't take their kids around door to door. Basically, the way I'm going to put it this way is I'm surprised they're still allowing the kids to go to door to door. like they did last year, because if they told the Christian churches they cannot go to door witnessing to people, trick-or-treating is no different. Then should fall under the same orders and regulations under all over the place, that they should have never been allowed, even through the pandemic, to go door to door. If the Christian churches cannot go to door, if they totally stopped going to door because of the pandemic, because of the chances of the virus or whatever, not meaning vaccinated or non-vaccinated, they should have came under the regulations, the health guidelines and regulations that the churches came under, that they were strict order, that they cannot go to door for any which reason, and that kind of stuff like that. So it's trick-or-treating should have been told the same thing on Halloween night. Should have been declared the same rules and regulations as they dictated to the churches, saying the churches cannot go to door. Trick-or-treaters should have been told the same thing. Definitely. But, the government's been nice enough to let the kids go to door still, because they didn't want to take that away from them, which I don't blame them on that. But again, they put in place strict guidelines for it, if they follow strict guidelines. But did they give the churches, tell the churches that they can go to door under strict guidelines? No, they said permanently that they're not allowed to go to door. So if they were given strict orders that they cannot go to door, those same strict orders should have been placed on Halloween night activities, like they did with the parties, like they should have done with the trick-or-treating, and saying, cancel it out generally, and make everybody do everything online. Move your outdoor haunted houses from outdoors indoors and do everything online, all over the internet. Just like the churches can't physically meet, they have to run their services online. Which actually does make more sense, I think, in general. So again, I'm gonna give her kind of purplish shoes, guys. Definitely. Okay, so give her a bit of a red mouth in the background, guys. Totally. So there's my PSA, guys. Thank you for listening to my PSA. If you guys are listening, or you guys are watching replays and that kind of stuff like that. And give kind of old Pioneer color logs. Definitely. Okay, I don't have. Where's my. It's kind of an orangey color here, guys, for the fire pit. Also, too, I got my fireplace back, guys. They couldn't. The guy I sent it away with that tried to fix it, he couldn't fix it, so he sent it back. My electric fireplace. I don't know if it's. He doesn't know if it's the fuse that went on it, or if it's just the light bulb. Why it's not turning on? Why the flame's not lighting up on it. So those people that have TikToks, guys, like I do, I wouldn't chance on the safe side. Wouldn't chance when you do your TikTok videos. Just keep them on TikTok, guys. Don't share them over to Facebook, because you'll get what I've been getting, and then trust me, it'll piss you off. Because one minute they go through, the next minute they don't go through. So or they mute it on you, and they don't give you the option to recover or restore your audio like YouTube would. Definitely. So, guys, share. Yeah, you guys can share them up to YouTube. They go up to YouTube, not a problem. Just strictly stay with your YouTube channel. Stay with, if you can, which is the stronger channels here, is YouTube and TikTok. Between TikTok and YouTube is your best bet to stay with. Just a little word of encouragement, guys, there for you. The people that own and run TikTok are getting very communist. If you know my drift. Definitely. I mean, like I said, the people that own Facebook, guys, are getting communist. People on the guys that run YouTube are fine. On TikTok, Beagle, they're fine. If I knew Facebook was going to get that bad, I would have done away with Facebook a long time ago. As long as we still have YouTube, we still have TikTok and Beagle, guys, and platforms like Beagle, we're fine. Definitely. We can live without Facebook. I think I'm going to give her a green pot. Definitely. And this way, this is good because this way I don't have people constantly trying to video chat call me all the time on Facebook and bug the shit out of me. And also too, I had people just honestly hacking through, demanding money, demanding this, demanding that, demanding Bibles for foreign countries. Like, when do you come to a cult for holy Bibles? I'm just kidding. I don't consider myself to be a cult. But if I was a cult leader, do you think, what kind of Bibles do you think you're going to get out of me? If I was that generous, you're not going to get the holy Bibles out of me. No, probably a bunch of satanic Bibles. Ones you ain't looking for. Or none at all. Because, like I said, we keep ourselves so secretive. Or would. Just an expression, guys. Just a little sense of humor. Totally. If they're honestly looking for something like that, and they're honestly running charities like that, which I don't believe they are, but if they are, and they can prove they're not a scam, then they would done what I suggest them to do is go to the church's websites and ask, and they haven't done that, so that tells me they're a scam. They're scammers. And they just happened to hack into my Facebook page. And that's how you catch those clowns in a circus act. I'll get the green again. Get kind of a nice color green. It's supposed to be some type of bony soup or something. Oh, it's some type of worm soup or stew. We might get this finished today, guys. Tonight. Because like I said, I have up to midnight. Before I turn into a pumpkin. There we go. I know this is kind of very challenging. So we're gonna get that kind of in there. Get that kind of star in there, guys. Totally. Get that bone there. Get that worm there. You can see he's smiling. He likes it in the stew. Get kind of his shirt there. Totally. So, let's see. Way down here. So we got some cool things, guys. Spiritual illusion magic show, guys. Better one, anyways. I do apologize. My boxes didn't make it out here before my mom died. They were in her basement. They got water damaged. They kind of, because she stored them in her basement, and her basement had a flood. Years before she died, she moved into this apartment building, and then she took them when they were water damaged from there and put them in her storage room, and they got water damaged again. And all my big tall magic boxes that I built from scratch when I was in high school. Basically, we the magical illusion boxes, that kind of you can make it look like you're splitting your partner in half, that kind of stuff like that. Like I used to do in high school, professionally. In high school, again, I didn't pay for it because I took magical theater arts and that kind of stuff. They got water damage, so. So before 2017, if they hadn't not gotten water damage, or she didn't put them in her basement, like I told her not to put them in her basement, keep them up on the higher level, they would have been fine. They would have made their way out here. Somebody would have brought them out to me, but no, or drive them out to me, but no. She was dumb enough. She didn't listen. She put them in the basement. They got wet. They got ruined. They got mildew. So they went to the trash. They went to the dump. So when she died, before she died, she had to have somebody, take them to the dump and that kind of stuff like that. Because she had called me before she died, and she asked me if I wanted her to send somebody out with them to drive them out, and she said they got ruined in the basement, and from the basement to the apartment building into the storage room, and they got musty, they got mildew, they got wet. And I said, no, I didn't want them. I said, just ditch them. Throw them in the trash. They're no good to me now. Totally. But I forgot. I couldn't remember the plans on how I built them because I had the plans out on paper. And I figured I didn't need the paper plans anymore, so I ripped them up. So I screwed myself. I didn't think I was going to need the paper plans again, so I ended up throwing them out because I wasn't expecting them to get water damage. So this is kind of why my shows, and then not thinking that I was going to get back into that in these times, but live from at home here. Um, but yeah, I think that I'd ever have use for them again. But yeah, sort of build a new set. So I don't have the plans now. Totally, I ripped away the plans. I threw them up. I threw them out a long time ago. Definitely, and I should not have. I should have been smart. I should have kept them. Definitely. Okay, so there we go, guys. We got our witch in a nice brown dress, her pot of stew, and this little guy here, guys. So this stream would have went long enough, guys, because I know they are on a timer. Definitely, I'm gonna start it. I'll have to start a fresh one. I don't know. Definitely how this is gonna, how this is gonna work tonight, guys. For the Ghost Legend, I think it'll probably be just from the maybe it'll be from the book because I don't know how the narrator is gonna go through on here. Definitely because my narrator works. My narrator that I have, book narrator, feeds off of you is through YouTube. So definitely. I'll be right back in a minute, guys. I will be with you in 2 minutes, and I got to figure out how I'm going to set this up here in a moment. Let's get the narrator set up tonight, guys. Totally. Because I think I can do it in this video. If I'm able to. Be right back in a minute. There we go, guys. Very spooky. We'll put my lantern on back here too. We don't want to leave that out. So, welcome into Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. I think basically what we're going to do, because the narrator, it looks like the narrator may, because the fact I program my narrator through YouTube. I think I'm going to have to go to a different department, or start doing them on Beagle, guys. Definitely. The Ghost Legends on the Ghost Legend part on Beagle, definitely. But like it will go through on here. It will go through on here. But like I said, it is like I said, it is on the same software as YouTube is on too. So I might have to go to get my go a different bit of another route here, guys. Give you a bit of a spook tonight, guys, here. So
what?
Oh, sorry, guys. And so basically picking some good ones, guys, for this year's spook.
I'm gonna start feeding it through. Oh, over.
Sorry, guys. A little Stewie there for you. We're gonna try. Get some sound effects going here, guys. And definitely. Okay, this one it says I'm live. Oh, sorry, guys. Just for kind of a little background. Maybe this is going to work tonight, guys. Hopefully. So welcome in. Maybe we'll do. We're just kind of a tester tonight, guys, to see if things work on here totally. Um, that kind of stuff like that. So for Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, definitely. Just like we do on TikTok, guys, we share everybody's stuff. Definitely. Nobody owns any. Nobody really owns anything. We just share like TikTok, everything. Every TikToker. If people publish it, all the other TikTokers are going to use it. It's our right to use it. So. If you don't want it used, don't publish it. Don't create the audio. Word of encouragement. So everything's sounding pretty good, guys. See if we can find a short one here on the narrator. Narrated in. Totally. Hang on a second here, guys.
Okay, this is gonna be tough.
Gamers.
Last week I slew the Spider Queen.
That's just the way we gotta put it.
I used to have a weekly overnight babysitting job for a couple who frequently spent nights in another nearby city caring for one of their ailing parents. It was an easy gig because they only had one kid who was an 8-year-old and pretty independent. I just played with him for a few hours and got him ready for bed, and then got paid for another 14 hours while I watched TV, raided their fridge, and slept on their couch. The one thing I hated about the job, however, was the house. It was a somewhat modern house in the country, and they had big open windows, and the style was such that there weren't any curtains that I could close. I just had to watch TV and live with the anxiety of knowing someone outside could be watching me, and I would have no idea. One night I was sitting down in the living room, and I thought I heard a noise, so I turned the volume on the TV down. Sure enough, what I heard was a slight tap, tap, tap. I looked around and didn't see anything out of place, so I assumed it was a noise from a tree or something outside. But every time I turned the volume back up, I heard that same tap, tap, tap. Finally, I turned the TV off altogether and started walking around the house. As my eyes adjusted to the darker room, I saw a man outside the window, fingernail pressed to the glass, making that tap, tap, tap noise, and smiling at me. I freaked out and sprinted upstairs to check on the kid, but the worst part was that there wasn't a phone upstairs, so I eventually had to creep back downstairs to grab a phone and call the police. I tried to avoid looking at the window, but I snuck a glance, and he was still there, just watching me calmly. I locked myself and the kid into his bedroom and waited for the police. They never found any trace of someone around the house, and I suspect that they thought that I was some kid playing a prank. But I know the person I saw was a full-grown man, and that he just stood there enjoying the fear that he caused me to feel. I'm an 18-year-old guy who lives with his mom. We don't live in the house I grew up in, but we are in the same neighborhood as my grandma's house, and only a minute away from all of my aunts and uncles and cousins. It's always been a nice and happy area for me because I grew up around here. To say it plainly, I love this place, and I feel comfortable almost everywhere in this city. Nothing bad has happened to me or any of my family members while we've lived in this town. It's close to the Gulf of Mexico, and it's full of chemical plants, and thus workers from chemical plants and their families. Most people mind their own business and have a lot of respect for hard work and integrity, but there are some crazies living here. There was a body found in a storage unit not too long ago. It was a woman who was murdered by her husband. He wasn't charged because he committed suicide shortly after. A man who used to work at the same power plant I work at now was arrested for killing a woman with his car and then driving away. The point being, shit goes bad sometimes here, but most of the time it's all okay. That's why I think this event is still a little shocking to me. It was a typical Thursday. I woke up at 7 a.m., went to work, and got off at 4. I went home and did all the normal stuff that I usually do. I took a shower, played some video games, smoked a little weed, and then ate dinner. Pretty good evening so far. My mom's friend April came over and stayed for a couple of hours. She lives a block away and walked but didn't want to walk alone in the dark. My mom told me at about 9 p.m. she was walking April back to her house and that it would only take a few minutes. I said, "All right, I'll see you when you get back." And then they left. No more than a minute later, I thought I heard tapping on my window, but it was so light and inconsistent that I still don't know if anyone was actually tapping on my window. I still felt a little paranoid, and so I turned on some music to distract myself. I turned it down a minute or two later when I thought I heard my back door open. It's very loud because of how old it is, and because of how we always keep the spare key in the lock, which jangles every time it's opened. I turned my music off and didn't make another noise for a minute. I didn't hear anything. I know someone opened it. I know someone was inside my house. I could feel it, but I didn't hear footsteps or a voice or anything. It was silent. I was kind of scared, but I quickly told myself to grab the knife I keep in my desk drawer, and then felt dumb because of the possibility that I was just being paranoid. Better safe than sorry, I guess. Once again, it was silent for a while. I thought that if I acted like I had the upper hand over whoever was in the house, they would be intimidated or scared. So I stood up and walked out of my bedroom, knife in hand. I don't know why, but I whistled. Just one note. I took a few steps forward. I was about to turn the corner, and the back door would be in view. I stopped again and whistled once more, still thinking I was big and tough. I was about to walk around the corner, And then I heard something that made my hair stand up. I heard someone whistle back to me, clearly coming from my living room. I was terrified. I peered around the corner, and no one was there. The door was closed, but unlocked. I don't know if I left it unlocked or not. I truly can't remember. My mom came home a few minutes later, and I didn't tell her. Because I don't know. It's just weird, and it doesn't make sense. I really don't know what to think about it. But someone whistled back to me.
Comic book convention advertisement, guys.
About 5 years ago, my husband Adam and I decided it was finally time to start looking to purchase a house. We had always talked about buying an old fixer-upper home because we've had the idea that they hold more charm and character. Plus, we can appreciate a place that has its own quirks, and we love the thought of turning something run down into something beautiful again. With that being said, I grew up in a pretty rural farming town in Indiana that had more than its fair share of run-down houses. The surrounding areas had started to boom a little bit, with farmland being sold off and turned into new factory locations, along with new subdivisions for the people coming to work for them. I thought it would be a great place to start on our house hunt. I figured we would be a lot closer to civilization than I used to be growing up, but not so much that we would be living a stone's throw away from our neighbors. Adam and I decided to take a drive one summer Sunday afternoon so I could show him some of the back roads of my hometown and to also see what some of the properties we checked out online looked like in person. As we were turning off the main road through town and further onto a more secluded country road, we noticed that the very first house on the left was completely abandoned. We pulled into a small patch of the yard where the grass was shortest and where a gravel driveway used to be to further investigate. It was painted a deep green color, which made it almost invisible against the tall grass, sticker bushes, and weeds that had grown up around it. There was a massive tree in the front yard, and the branches and leaves helped to camouflage this place even further. The house looked as if it were at least 100 years old. It looked like it had sat empty for years. It looked neglected, weather-worn, and in need of some major love. In that moment, it was perfect. There was nothing but woods across the street and no neighboring houses in sight. So Adam and I thought it probably wouldn't hurt if we just trespassed a little. I completely justified my reasoning by thinking, we're interested in buying this property. We're not here to cause trouble. We're doing someone a favor. We could take this burden of a house off of someone's hands. We just need to take a look around first, that's all. There wasn't any no trespassing signs anywhere, so I was perfectly armed with my newfound inflated ignorance and arrogance to assess the property. We walked carefully through the brush toward the left side of the house, where we noticed a well that was still standing, complete with a bucket, a rope, a handle, and the original overhang. My excitement for a picturesque country house was building. Directly across from the well, there was a side entrance into the house through what looked like an added-on mudroom. The screen
Also,
door
too,
to
guys,
the
we're gonna have
mudroom
spiritual
was
communication
closed.
nights too,
However,
as
there
well.
was a wooden door behind it that was half open. This was our not really intrusive,
Definitely. So I think that
because we
basically,
aren't
guys, we're gonna
breaking
do that
anything to get
magical
in
illusion maybe
way
2
of
nights
getting
before.
inside. It
Definitely
was
the
probably in the
briefcase one.
mid-90s outside that day. So when we entered, Adam went
So I
first.
can take you guys live.
We were met with thick, stifling heat.
Pull the table up
The kind that holds so
and
much humidity that it almost takes
set
your
up for
breath
spiritual
away.
communications,
What we
guys.
thought
It's
was
gonna
a
be spooky.
mudroom
Again,
was an extended pantry
nobody under
area
the age of
organic
18, please.
kitchen.
Definitely, because it
It
will
was
get
tiny,
spooky.
with one window, an old rusted sink, a small stove, and the walls still held shelves of canned and spoiled vegetables. I remember thinking, "Oh yeah, this'll be great. I totally remember how to can, and we can have a garden." It also had the doorway into the main part of the house, and this is where my elation came to an end. Through the doorway was the kitchen. What remained of the cabinets and the sink were against the wall on the left, but they were either broken or hanging on for dear life, or both. The kitchen connected to a wide open living area, with one side having walls streaked with black that led up to a half-sunken gray ceiling. There had been a fire at some point. The windows on that wall were filthy, covered in dust or ash that made the room much darker than it should have been.
Just let you guys know, all my shows now are here on YouTube Live,
I
TikTok,
knew
and
we
Google,
wouldn't be able
guys.
to afford a costly repair of a house fire, but I kept that disappointing thought to myself. The open living room area had not one stitch of furniture, save for one small wooden rocking horse that a child would have. The floor was littered with magazines, as if someone had a giant stack of them and just threw them in the air to see where they would land. Curious as to what the former homeowners liked in regards to reading material, I decided to check them out. Almost every single magazine was related to dolls in some way. Porcelain doll collecting, Barbie dolls, making dolls by hand, clothing for dolls. I felt a little creeped out by it, especially under the surveillance of the rocking horse's dead, painted-on stare. But I figured that an old lady must have lived in the house before, and I created a self-medicating idea that her husband probably died, and this was the only hobby that she had to pass her time. We decided to check out another room that was connected to the half-burned living area. Through the doorway to the left was a weird combination of a molded, stand-up shower with handicap handles, and an assisted toilet next to it divided down the middle by a wall. On the right was a wall made entirely of built-in bookshelves. The shelves were full of paperwork, manila envelopes, books, and even more magazines. It struck us as a pretty weird setup, but thought these people must have really loved to read while sitting on the toilet. My husband and I thought we could find out who the previous homeowners were, since some of the paperwork on top of the stacks seemed to be old bills. If we wanted to look up property records, at least now we would have a name to go on. I grabbed a stack of papers and began to flip through them. When about halfway through, they changed from being old telephone bills to printed out color pictures from the internet of porcelain dolls. I put the stack of papers back on the shelf and picked up a small, red, 5-star notebook. I started from the beginning, casually leafing through and seeing daily entries of medications taken, blood pressure, and glucose measurements written in neat handwriting. About 20 pages in, the entries started to change entirely. They became crude drawings of twisted faces, done in red ink. The faces had horns or bloody fangs. Then, full-on drawings of devils appeared in the pages after. I wanted to believe that a child had picked this up to doodle in, but I felt like this was something much different than that. After the drawings, the notebook became someone's personal journal, written in what I assumed was an elderly man's cursive handwriting. It told of how he knew he was coming toward the end of his life, and how he remembered being just a young boy when his mother passed away. He described in detail how the wake for his mother was held in the front room of this house, and how during those nights he crawled on top of his mother's body in her coffin to sleep. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Even though I had been sweating from the thickness in the air, a sudden rush of goosebumps came over me. I immediately showed it to Adam, flipping to the pages of devils and snarled faces, and then read aloud this stranger's memories of his mother, just to see if it was the same the second time around. After I finished, he said, "Well, this just got a whole lot weirder." While I was reading the notebook,
Just let you guys know, this is pioneer culture for you guys. Definitely.
One stack not only had more printed pictures of dolls, but now they contained pictures of real women in torture
Nowadays we
bondage,
got
ball gags, or
digital
electrical
stuff.
tape placed over
Everything's
their
gone digital.
mouths, jumper cables twisting on their nipples, being hog-tied with rope. Sometimes there was more than one woman in the picture. It felt as if a brick had been tossed into my stomach. For some, those images wouldn't be disturbing, but in the context of our visit, my panic was starting to grow. I was torn between wanting to find out more and getting the hell out of this house. Adam reassured me that while it was on the creepy side, it wasn't anything to necessarily lose my shit over, since the women didn't seem to be suffering or bleeding. The burned out living area was separated from the rest of the house by a staircase. The staircase had a room directly across from it, and a small hallway on the other side that led to the main room at the front of the house. We debated on going up to the second floor, but decided against it, since it already felt as if we were roasting in an oven and were unsure of the stability of the second story. Going into the room across the staircase, we noticed a few more doll magazines on the floor, but not near the number as the other rooms held. There were scattered plastic doll pieces here and there, random arms and heads. To the left was the original fireplace with a couple tiny vases on the mantel. Smack dab in the middle was a framed picture of an elderly couple, smiling and happy. These certainly weren't the type of people that would have pictures of women bound and gagged, hidden away in their bathroom. These people could have been my grandparents, I thought to myself. To the right was a big bay window, and smack dab in the middle was a yellowed piece of paper with faded black printed handwriting on it. It was for anyone on the outside of the house to see. Reading it backwards from inside, it said, "If you're here to talk about Jesus, go away." "That's kind of funny," Adam said after reading it for himself. "Yeah, it kind of is," I half chuckled. But something in my brain was now starting to nag me even more. Something wasn't computing correctly for me. Thinking back, my mind was putting together that an elderly couple in this town would more than likely be pretty religious, and by the super small chance that they weren't, it would have been gossiped about had someone seen that in the window. It was as if the house had held two very different personalities within. I told my husband that I just wanted to go into one last room down the little hallway, and then I would be very ready to leave. Going down the small hallway, it became darker and cooler. It was a relief from the oppressive heat that we had been dealing with since we first stepped inside. The shade from the giant tree in the front yard had blocked out a lot of the sunlight, making it about 20 degrees cooler. But we soon realized that wasn't the only reason this part of the house's temperature was much more tolerable. Rounding the corner into the last room, it took a few seconds for our eyes to adjust to the difference in light, but the change of the air was noticeable immediately. It was as if we had stepped into a cave. The smell was dank and left a dampness on our skin. Once things came into clear focus, that's when we saw it. The main reason our senses had shifted so quickly: the large hole in the floor. At first, we thought that perhaps the wooden floor was so weak that it had simply caved in on its own, or that the roof had leaked and caused this exact area of the floor to rot away, but not upon getting closer it became obvious this wasn't the case. The hole was about 5 feet across and went straight down into the earth, with about 2 feet of space between the remaining floor and dirt. This hole was there because it was made to be there. My husband and I looked at each other. My heart was racing so fast that I thought it would burst through my chest. I said aloud to him while pointing, "What the hell is this? Why is this here?" I panicked, my breathing becoming more rapid and shallow. Nothing was making sense, and yet the thoughts that had been running in the background of my brain were all coming together like a jigsaw puzzle. And then we saw them. A few old and molded over driver's licenses just thrown around haphazardly. Checkbooks, credit cards, as if someone had emptied their purse or wallet in this room and then just disappeared into this hole. I was overcome with terror and dread. I had to get out of this house. My skin felt like static, as if my whole body had been taken over by the sensation of when your foot falls asleep. I had tears forming in my eyes, and my mind just told me to run. Without having to speak, Adam quickly took me by the arm and led us back down the hallway, through the burned-out living room and kitchen, out the side canning room and back out into the light of day. We ran back down the mangled and tangled driveway to the car. Remembering back on it, I get the eerie feeling that we weren't the only two people in the house that day. We drove past it about a year later, and the large tree in the front yard had all its branches removed. All of the windows had been boarded shut, and after doing some research, we found out that the land it sits on is for sale. The house itself has been condemned.
Sorry about the narrator, guys. It's
The smarter way to shop is here.
It's always got to throw in advertisements.
Our old house was on a corner, and in lieu of a backyard, had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around the back. The dining room had patio doors that led out to the back, and we would have barbecues and such back there. When I was about 14 years old, we only had one desktop computer and one laptop for the family. My brother and I would fight over the desktop because that's where Diablo 2 was installed. So I would use the laptop to write music. On one particular night, my brother had a friend over, and they were downstairs doing whatever, and I was on the dining room table on the laptop. As I was wrapped up in my writing, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings. I heard a knock on the patio door, which startled me. I looked up, expecting my brother or his friend to be standing there. But standing at the door and waving was a person wearing a Halloween pig mask. Thinking it was my brother or his friend, I mouthed, "Good one," and gave the person the finger, and they walked away. As soon as they left, I went downstairs to give them shit, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore up and down it wasn't either of them, and there was no way one of them would have had the time to get downstairs and take the mask off before getting on the couch. To this day, I have no idea who it was that knocked and waved. I went to my mom's house in the middle of the day to pick up a sweater that I had left there a few days earlier. She was at work, but I often popped in to pick up something or leave her some vegetables from my garden while she was at work. When I walked in the door, there was an elderly man sitting at her breakfast table. He looked up and smiled at me, and I assumed my mother was home from work that day and entertaining a neighbor for breakfast. I smiled politely and said hello and explained I was just grabbing a sweater. I then walked out the door and sent a text to my mom on my way to work saying that I'm sorry to have missed her and that I interrupted her breakfast company. She called me back freaking out because she was at work and had no idea who was in her house. In college, I worked at our campus library, and I had often been the one to shut it down at night, where I'd have to go around and clear work tables and anything that students had left behind, and leave any books that needed to be put away stacked neatly on a cart for the morning workers. It was pretty creepy being there alone at night, but in a way, I still felt pretty safe, since the campus wasn't closed and you had to go through a security checkpoint to get inside after dusk. One night, I was there alone shutting everything down, and I just had a creepy feeling that someone was watching me. I knew I was alone because before anyone is left alone, Whoever else is working at night locks the doors and does a check to make sure that no stragglers are still in the building. And then the closer cleans up and locks the door again from the outside. This night, everywhere I went, I kept looking around. I was sure that someone was in there following me. Finally, I finished everything up, and I went to clock out when I noticed one of the staff computers near the front door was lit up as if someone had used it recently. I went over and looked at the monitor and saw a Word document pulled up that followed through everything I had been doing since my coworker had left earlier that night. It read something like, 12 o'clock, alone, I see you. 12:05, group study rooms, I see you. 12:07, stacks, I see you. 12:11, media center, I see you. 12:15, reference tables, I see you. The scariest part was that I looked over to the door and it was still locked, meaning whoever had typed this was still in the library with me. I left my stuff where it was and left immediately, locking the door from the outside. By the time I got to another building and got campus security and went back to the library, the door was unlocked and whoever was in there had left. When I was a kid, my mom wanted me to go to the elderly couple that lived next door and see if we could borrow a few eggs from them so that she didn't have to go to the store. I knocked on their front door, but they didn't answer. I could see the old man standing in the living room through the window. I knocked louder on the door, but he didn't turn around. I thought maybe he just couldn't hear me because he was very old. So I turned the doorknob and it was unlocked. I walked in calling out for him. It was so strange to me that he wouldn't turn around until I got in the living room and saw that he wasn't standing there. He had hung himself, and I had been trying to get the attention of a hanging corpse for the last 10 minutes.
Well, the narrator decides it's going to do an advertisement again.
I always check the blinds before I go outside. For years, people have made fun of me while they witnessed this, and my husband thinks I'm crazy. We live out in the country, and we've never had an issue with someone trespassing, but I still lean over every time I'm going out the front door and make sure no one's out there first. One night, I was about to go to bed when I realized I left my phone charger in my car. I had put it in my purse that morning because the one I had at work broke and only just remembered it as I left, placing it on my passenger seat. I needed to charge my phone, and I didn't have a reason to be afraid of the 10 yards from my front door to my car parked in the driveway, but I peeked out the window anyway. I was running on such instinct that my hand was already on the lock, about to flip it and open the door, when my brain registered that what I had seen wasn't normal. I shifted my weight back and looked again, squinting to see in the dim light by the garage we leave on all the time. I saw a man crouched down by the front door, holding a hammer. He wouldn't be visible from the little window on the front door. You wouldn't even see him until he was right next to you. I screamed for my husband and watched him book it down the driveway. I didn't see him get into a car, but he must have gone somewhere. We called the cops and they couldn't find any sign of him. We invested in some floodlights the next day, and no one made fun of my habit again. In 2010, I was 20 years old, and I just moved back home to Massachusetts after transferring from a school in North Carolina. My best friend June's roommate was conveniently moving out of their apartment, so I took over the lease. It was a tiny apartment on the second floor. There were 4 apartments chiseled out of an old, large house, and the building was set back from a moderately busy intersection in a college area. Still, it was my hometown. The landlord used to be the mayor. I hadn't yet met any of the other occupants or neighbors, but that really hadn't even occurred to me. I felt perfectly safe in this apartment. I was home alone one night, a couple days after moving in. I had just gotten in, and I was unloading dishes in the kitchen across the apartment from the front door, which was the only door. There was a knock. June worked in the neighborhood and liked to hang out at a nearby coffee shop, and we had a few friends who lived a few streets over. She walked everywhere, and it wouldn't have surprised me if she had just stopped by for a minute and left her keys inside. And because of this, I didn't really think twice about swinging open the door. A stranger stood on my doorstep. He was well dressed, clean shaven, and smiling. He looked completely normal. This was before I grew older and more jaded, so I took him at his word when he started talking. He said that he was a neighbor and he had locked himself out of his apartment. He introduced himself and mentioned people's names. I assumed these were other neighbors. He asked if he could borrow a phone to call his wife. I said sure, and with him still standing in the doorway, I turned to grab my phone from the coffee table. I had my back to him for less than 10 seconds while he came inside, sat on a chair right by the door, and shut the door behind him. When I turned back around and saw him, I was shocked. He reached his hand out for my phone, and like the shocked idiot I was, I instinctively handed it to him. Instead of hanging on to my lifeline, I handed it to some strange man sitting, uninvited, in my living room. I immediately began kicking myself and started to look around for things to use as a weapon. There was nothing except a small ceramic bunny sitting on top of the TV. While I was fruitlessly scanning for a weapon, he was calling his wife. He called her 3 times, but she wasn't picking up. After he hung up the phone, he asked if I could give him a ride somewhere. Since he had locked his keys in his apartment, he obviously couldn't drive himself. Immediately, I sprung into action, lying my ass off. Oh, well, my boyfriend borrowed my car to go to work, but he should definitely be home by now. He actually just lives up the street, so we can walk there now. I'll call and let him know that we're coming. I was petrified, but I somehow sold the story. Even though I was lying through my teeth, he reacted instantly, and just how I wanted him to. Oh no, that's okay. Don't want to bother you. Thanks anyways. He stood up in a hurry, handing me my phone back. Have a good night. After he left, I had locked the doors behind him and calmed down a bit. I thought maybe I had been overreacting. Maybe he was just a severely nervous or socially awkward guy who really was locked out of his apartment. Maybe I was being too harsh in my assessment of him, but I couldn't let it go. This nagging feeling that something was not right, that I really had been in danger. I wanted to know for sure, so I decided to redial his wife's phone number. Instead of a voicemail, there was an error message stating that the number didn't exist. He wasn't calling anyone. I never saw him again, but he obviously wasn't one of my neighbors. I just do what I do. Cracker Barrel. Now this is cheese. I was trying to make friends in my new city, so I went to a party a coworker invited me to. I ended up having too much to drink because I was trying to calm my nerves and have fun with strangers. Uber wasn't a thing yet, so I decided I would just sleep it off in my car and drive home in the morning. I woke up in the dead of the night, and the city street was eerie. It had been well populated when I had passed out, but now it was deserted. I could see by the light of some streetlights and the glow of the moon. I wondered for a minute what had woken me up before I heard a scratching noise on the passenger side rear window. I'll never forget the look on the guy's face who was crouched outside my car, staring at me and trying to get my attention. When he saw me, he grinned and pressed his open mouth against the glass and then made a chomping motion with his teeth bared and giggled wildly. The worst part was that there was nothing I could do. I knew I didn't want to risk driving drunk, but I didn't want to get out of the car and run away either. In the end, I took my jacket off and put it over my face and just tried to go back to sleep knowing that he was still there. I heard him walking around the car, tapping at the glass for what felt like hours as I hid in plain sight and prayed for him to go away. I used to live in a very beautiful but very rural community in Appalachia. I grew up there and it felt safe to me, so going on night hikes with my girlfriend was a normal thing. I had a gun back in my trunk, but I didn't bring it with me because my only concern was bears, and they weren't around that area. We had gone on this hike many nights before when the sky was clear and it wasn't that dark out, but for some reason, we both felt uneasy on this night. I kept hearing a little voice in my head saying, "Turn back." When we were about 3/4 of the way to our usual summit, I couldn't take it anymore, and I told her I thought we should turn around and go back to the car. Later, she would tell me that she had been feeling apprehensive all night too. She was as eager as I was to get the hell out of there. No sooner had we turned when we heard a blood-curdling scream in the middle of the dark. A second scream broke out in another location, and then a third, then a fourth, and then a fifth. All around us, we could hear people hidden in the woods, only a few feet away, screaming at the top of their lungs in the dark. We ran out of there as fast as we could, totally full of adrenaline. I scoured the local paper that entire summer, looking for anything that would have made sense of what we experienced, but no one reported anything weird happening in those woods that summer. On a road trip with my girlfriend, I realized I was too tired to keep driving, and I ended up pulling off the road so we could nap for a few hours before going the rest of the way. I dozed off and woke up a bit later to a scratching sound coming from what seemed like the trunk area of my car. My girlfriend woke up and asked me what I was doing, and then her eyes got really wide. She heard the scratching too. I whispered to her that it was probably a wild animal, but I wasn't convinced. The scratching sounded more intentional, as if it was meant to scare us. We sat there for a few minutes praying that the noise would just go away, and then we decided screw it and started the car up. We didn't need to sit there and be scared. As we drove away, we both looked out the windows to see if anything unusual was behind the car, but we just saw an empty road. We got to our destination and parked the car in the hotel parking lot. We got out of the car and went to the trunk to grab our bags when we saw someone had keyed. "I can see you," into the paint on the trunk. The most sickening feeling I got came from knowing the man must have been watching my house, waiting to see when I would come out and go for my daily jog just before dusk. I wondered how many days he had been watching me to know that the house would be empty at that time, and the window he used to break into my house would be optimal in that 20-minute sliver of time. It took me a few minutes to even figure out what happened when I got home. My heart was already pounding, my body coated with a cool sweat, and my mind racing before I even saw the broken window in my laundry room. Tucked in the far corner of the house with a floor-level window It was the perfect entry point. I wondered if the intruder had already cased my house a couple of times, probably when I was still home or sleeping in the middle of the night. Not sure why he thought my house was a particularly attractive target. I have almost nothing of value, and I'm a very obviously modest person. What happened was a burglar broke into my house, stole some of my fake jewelry, and an old bottle of antibiotics, and a broken iPhone. All in all, the value of the loot taken was probably just over $100 tops. What they accomplished was shattering my soul and trust in the world more than anything else. As they say, the best things in life are free. After realizing what happened, I gave the rest of the house a quick look over as I talked to the 911 dispatcher and had him relay the cops towards my house and waited out front for them to arrive. Law enforcement didn't present me with any revelations I didn't already know. Someone broke in, stole some items, and ran out, all in about the span of just a few minutes while I was on my jog. They were going to keep eyes out and ears open for any clues, but that's about all they could do at the moment. At least a couple of them were nice enough to stick around and board up the broken window for me and recommend some cheaper but non-scary motels I could check into if I didn't want to stay in the house that night. Most kindly, one of the officers offered me a video security system he had, but didn't need anymore, that could be installed in about 20 minutes. He said it was basically a glorified baby monitor, but it was great to keep an eye on your place when you weren't there, and to place prominently next to your biggest floor-level window to scare off anyone sizing up the place. He ran home, brought it back, and hooked it up in my house while some other officers patched up the window. I thanked them for the repair work and turned down the motel idea. My boyfriend Jacob would be over in an hour or two, and that was enough to make me comfortable enough to stay in the house that night. I knew it was just some desperate tweaker willing to bust in for $100 worth of stuff and wouldn't come back again. The police confirmed as such. I just asked if one of them could park out front until my boyfriend got home, and they agreed. Jacob arrived around 9 p.m., and the night moved on. I told him all of the details, and he didn't seem to be particularly concerned. He agreed with my tweaker assessment and kept his hunting shotgun right next to my bed in case the person decided to come back. It wasn't easy, but I was eventually able to fall asleep. I got a few hours of the sweet embrace of slumber before the quick thumb of a text message sliding into my phone shook me awake. I groaned and walked to the bathroom to relieve myself. I forgot about the text by the time I got back to bed, and I didn't check it. I wish I had. I checked the text message first thing in the morning. It was from my mom. I had avoided telling her because I knew she would freak out and drive all the way from Sacramento in the middle of the night to comfort me, when all she would do was make me more scared. Apparently, Jacob had posted a photo of his shotgun resting next to the bed with a little bit of the story next to it. My mom saw it on social media and started texting me at 1 a.m. Her first text was actually very helpful and something Jacob and I should have thought about the night before. I saw Jacob's post about what happened. I'm so sorry. Did you make sure the police checked every single inch of your house to make sure the guy isn't still there? My mom actually had a great point. I never even asked the cops how much they scoured the house. They just said he ran off sometime before I got home, and that was it. Jacob and I never did a great job of checking either. I woke up Jacob and told him we needed to search everywhere in the house. He was tired and unhappy, but agreed to do it with shotgun in hand. What we found underneath my bathroom sink horrified me. There was a large cabinet directly underneath the sink in the bathroom in my bedroom, about the size of a washing machine. I never even thought about it until now. I casually pulled the cabinet open, almost as an afterthought, and was immediately overtaken by the hideous scent of male BO. I started coughing almost vomited as I looked away and connected my eyes with Jacob, who had a look of alarm on his face that I had never seen before. I followed Jacob's eyes and the stench to the space below the sink, where I saw a filthy jean jacket, what looked like human excrement, and the bottle of pills which had been missing. We called the cops and had the house 100% searched. Nothing turned up, but the cop who gave me the video system pointed out that we should review the footage to see if it showed anything. Jacob and I watched the footage on my laptop with a few cops hanging over our shoulders. I was almost frozen in fear, despite the amount of armed men in the room, whose job it was to protect me. We had set up 3 cameras, so we had 3 different shots that we could watch at once. One from my bathroom, one in my bedroom, and one in the living room, which feeds out into the front driveway of the house. I could feel the heart of even the largest cop in the room stop as we watched the footage. It started with the camera set up in my bedroom. The angle the camera provided showed my bathroom through the open door. The timestamp said it was just after 3 a.m. when movement finally started to happen, while Jacob and I slept in our bed. We watched in horror as a dark figure of a man stretched himself out from underneath the bathroom sink and then took a moment to steady himself in the bathroom. He then slowly walked into our bedroom. The camera set up on my bed provided the perfect vantage point to see him as he walked right to my bed where Jacob and I were sleeping. We got the slightest glimpse of a round face encased by the hood of a sweatshirt. The man in the hood stopped right at the foot of our bed. He stood there for a good 20 seconds, staring at Jacob and I as we slept, and then he walked out of the bedroom door. We watched the intruder simply walk out the front door at that point. He even locked the front door on his way out. The whole thing had a slight feel of politeness to it, but it was in no way friendly. It would have been much better had the intruder rifled through all of my stuff, stolen my things. Almost even better if he had attacked me, hiding under the sink where I had brushed my teeth and washed my face just a few hours before, and then walking away long after I had gone to sleep, was the worst thing he could have done. The whole thing felt much more personal than opportunistic. Maybe that was his plan. I never stayed another night in that house. I moved a couple of towns over into a secure apartment building with heavy security, but still could never sleep easy at night, even if Jacob and his shotgun are by my side. I have done my best to fight through it. My apartment had a little compartment beneath the sink when I moved in. My first night in the new apartment, I had Jacob come over with tools from work and take the doors off. I feel a certain comfort each night when I am able to kick my feet into the now open space while I brush my teeth. It does just a little bit to calm my nerves, but I'll never quite be the same. So we're at this camper near Dover Lights in Arkansas. It's not the fanciest campsite, but we managed to find this guy that spends a lot of time out there while also working. So he just vacations in the woods half the year. The guy offers to let my friend watch the place while he goes to visit his son. My friend automatically invites me and some other people to come hang out, and we spend a few days there drinking, smoking, fishing, and just messing around. All in all, pretty okay, until my female friend gets super drunk and barges outside in the middle of the night, buck naked, to eat beans by the handful out of a cold pot. As someone who admires cleanliness, I follow her out to try and make sure she doesn't hurt herself, while everyone else just laughs. So there she is, covered in beans, and I'm trying to convince her to settle down and clean herself off with a towel, when suddenly her head shoots up like a deer in headlights. She just glares at the trees around us. We are alone, and it's pitch black. She glares before literally growling and then sprinting into the woods. I have no idea what to do. I've completely lost sight of her, and she's naked in the woods by herself. A few failed attempts to call out to her, and I do the stupidest thing I could have done by following her. About 5 meters into the complete darkness, I look down and see a faint light from someone's phone. Picking it up, I see it's in camera mode, and there are pictures of us, very recent pictures, all in creepy night vision mode, with some looking like they were taken from the window of the camper, and the last one is of my friend running directly towards the camera. Realizing what happened, I delete the pictures and drop the phone on a rock, crushing the screen with my foot. Still unable to find her and freaking out, I double back to the camper for help, only to find her still very drunk in a lawn chair naked. Carrying her back inside, I let her boyfriend towel her off, and they both pass out spooning on the bottom bunk. I never told them what really happened, and she didn't remember in the morning. But I did lock the door and wake up every hour to just keep an eye on things. My brother and I would go to our dad's house for the weekend visit. It would be like 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and we were about 10 and 6 years old. All of a sudden, he would be like, "Let's go for a ride." So we would load into the Jeep and drive to some house that I didn't recognize and turn the Jeep off. He would tell my brother and I not to move and to not make any noise and that he would be back. Then he would disappear for 30 minutes to an hour. The weirdest part, they were all different houses. My cousin is with the Forest Service in the Montana, Wyoming area, and I decided to go up there with her to literally test the waters. She does hydrology and has to ride out to the middle of nowhere to test streams and snow runoff to ensure no contaminants. So I thought that sounded fun and wanted to do a bit of a tour with her. We were going to have to camp out there for 2 nights, so we packed up all our gear in saddlebags and started out. The first day and night was amazing. Beautiful scenery and amazing air quality. It really is so peaceful out there. We started out on the second day, and my cousin said, "You want to see something weird?" Of course I said yes, so she led me up on a bit of a side journey into this tiny little ravine. We ended up traveling about 2 hours away from our actual path we had laid out. At the very end of this fold in the land, she dismounts and tells me to get off my horse too. We tied them up in this little clearing, and she tells me to follow this tiny wildlife path and bring our little rechargeable radio. It is one of those that you can plug in or wind up, and it also acts as a lantern if you really need it to, but that kills the batteries very quickly. Out in the middle of nowhere, there is a huge coil of wire sticking out of the ground. The wire itself was not weirdly large, like some buried transmission wire, but small, like 10 or 12 gauge wiring for a house. It trailed off into the brush and the trees, so naturally I decided to follow the wire out of curiosity. My cousin trails behind me as I do, and this wire, after coming straight up from the ground, is strung across limbs of trees and then back to the ground. Then it snakes around rocks and finally dead ends into an outlet. That outlet is mounted on the side of a desk. It looks like a school teacher's desk from when I was growing up, with a metal base and a pseudo wood plastic top thing. No chair, no building, no nothing. Just this outlet and this desk. I'm staring confused as all hell at this desk in the middle of a forest when my cousin takes the radio, pulls out the cord, and plugs it into the outlet. It then lit up, and started blaring static. The wire was being fed from somewhere. Now, the place where we were at had no road access, no buildings for many miles, and no other people around. And yet, there was a live outlet. It was weird as hell. No spooky jump scares or bodies. Just one lone powered desk in the middle of the woods.
I'm gonna stop it there, guys. Definitely.
Let's take a few moments to calm the mind and relax the body.
Sorry about that. So, a little bit spooky stuff tonight, guys. Definitely, and we were able to do it in one stream, guys. Definitely, bit by bit each night, guys. That kind of stuff like that. So, Halloween weekend, guys. When that's coming up next weekend, actually. Definitely. What is our date today? Definitely. 23rd. Yeah, so Halloween weekend's coming up this weekend. So that's where we'll do a little bit of the spiritual magical illusion, guys. And we're going to start early that weekend. Definitely. After dark fall, because it gets dark early. And I'll give you guys some. Usually we do a lot of our filming outside and that kind of stuff. The Dark Haunted Hunter's Cabin Challenge, but we can't do. Well, we could, but we can't. Definitely because there's holes, construction going on or whatever. So we have to do it all safely. So prepared to be spooked, guys. Again, nobody under the age of 18, please. Definitely real live ghost legends, live campfire ghost legends, guys. Every night, up to Halloween weekend, guys. We're gonna get into some spooky stuff, guys. We're gonna do a couple magic tricks, spiritual magic illusions, guys. With the attaché case. There's going to be the spiritual illusions where we're going to magically spiritually transition magically the Holy Bible into something spooky. Totally. There may be a tentacle. Something very spooky reading. Very spooky reading, guys. It is a surprise. Definitely. So do respect the page, guys. Do follow. Like I said, guys, do respect my content, everything else like that. So thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Those people just kind of watch. That's kind of stuff like that too as well. So since my TikToks they share to YouTube, no problem. I continue to share those to YouTube. I've done away with Facebook on my mobile. Definitely, because I'm not sharing anything more to Facebook because Facebook's just rejecting everything. Definitely. So, as much at times even on YouTube, I love doing lip singing. Just releasing the stress, do lip singing or do karaoke, whatever. That kind of stuff like that too as well. So, but do it a different way without not necessarily you have to have the karaoke words, but we'll see how that works out on here. And some people say it works, some people say it don't work. Well, maybe it won't, but maybe it will. We don't know. YouTube's pretty good for everything like this, for musically department. Um, for musical content, that kind of stuff like that too as well. Facebook's just getting too vulgar, getting bad, um, getting hateful, everything. Um, definitely. So, also too, guys, I will be going back live Bigo too as well, guys, as well. So, so this gives me a chance go Bigo live more so than anything. Um, I will do a live chat on TikTok, so I'll have time to do TikToks too as well. Now TikTok is kind of up and down too as well. Just with TikTok, it's gonna, again, when you go live on TikTok, it's just gonna have to we have to. TikTok basically doesn't like you talking about politics or anything like that, so we have to try to avoid those conversations as possible, or stop talking about the COVID pandemic on TikTok live, definitely, or even on here too as well, because it is starting to it's a type of thing now that's starting to shadow ban people's accounts. Definitely. So, you know, we're in that kind of stage now. So, back to basically normal fun things, guys, like telling ghost legends. Everything has to be done. Again, I quickly can share this. Still, everything has to be done online. Churches are not allowed to go to door, and I think personally, that if the churches are stopped from going to door, from reaching out to people or meeting with people, I still think the same rules should apply to the trick or treaters too. They should have been told the same thing on Halloween night, the last two Halloween nights, this one and last year, that there was all over. There wasn't to be no trick or treating activity. Definitely, because all the churches were told they can't go to door. So if the churches are told they can't go to door, then the trick or treaters should have been told the same thing. Definitely. So it is still classified as going to people's doors, but apparently the government's been nice enough to letting the kids go trick or treating, but under strict guidelines. Which they could have put those strict guidelines on the Christian churches too, if they let them continue go to door, but under strict guidelines. But no, they said no. Specifically, they're not allowed to. So if they told the churches they're not allowed to go to door, then they should have shut down the trick or treating last year. Even this area should have. I know the other areas did. This area should have shut it down. Definitely said no trick or treating. And they should have done, and they should do that. Should have made that mandatory for this year too. Until next year, at least, until things pick up. So, because it's only fair, because if one minority group says, "Well, they can't go to door," told they can't go to door, then trick or treaters, their groups, kids going to door trick or treating, parents should have been told the same regulations as the churches. You can't go to door during these times. That kind of stuff like that too as well. But just tell them to do their celebrations online from at home. If they want to participate in Halloween with just their own family, and do everything online, like decorate the homes. The parents go out and buy them boxes of candy and bowl of candy for the kids. Let them play games. Watch cartoons on TV that night. That kind of stuff like that. To go back again now, because we're in a generation of being online. Doing everything online. And even the churches are not allowed to meet in their churches or their club halls. We're not allowed to meet in our churches or club halls, so we have to do everything online. So everything we do, like church services, clubs, meetings, we have to do online. over the internet on the computer. So if it is like no matter what type of club you are, if it is um, you know everything right down to scouting or whatever. Everybody has to do all the. Not saying they can't run their meetings, but they have to run them line on the internet, because they physically cannot meet. Um, Definitely. So this is why we do everything online. Same with the churches are on Zoom. They're on YouTube. They're online. Um, Putting it into social media online because physically we're not allowed to meet or gather. Um, Definitely. So even and Halloween should have been forced the same way. Um, you know, Kids, playing party games at home with their families or whatever like that, or watching cartoons or whatever. Um, put their activities, um, instead of going trick or treating, do everything from at home. Like go put like turn your house into a haunted house for the kids or whatever, um, for your family, kids only, and spook up your. It's same with the farm kids. Spook up the farm and that for the kids. Um, that kind of stuff like that for your own kids instead of the public kids like they used to. Um, and just have fun with your own family, more or less. Um, and do everything online. Or you got your own property with your own family. Light a little campfire if you got the property for it. You know, um, Film them online. Roasting hot dogs or marshmallows. Um, if you're old enough to handle ghost legends, those spooky ghost legends. Um, Definitely. Um, Same thing goes for the adults. It's like do everything online and stay and avoid from going door to door. Definitely. And that because the guidelines have told the churches they can't go door to door, they can't physically meet, and the guidelines should have complied to the trick or treaters as well, stating they cannot go door to door. Um, Definitely. So until these cases numbers are totally down and out of the way, until this thing is totally over. Um, and definitely until there's a green flag clearing stating that it is safe. Um, Definitely. So, um, you know, like the people that are usually used to handing out candy, shut your lights off, save your money, take the night, take this Halloween off. Um, Watch spooky movies with your family. Buy your kids candy, keep them all at home. Um, have a safe Halloween this year that way. Um, like if the churches were shut down from going door to door, um, trick or treating should have been fully, thoroughly shut down all over the place. Um, I know, and not just in certain areas, but all over Ontario, all over Canada, um, even all across the United States, until this thing is all cleared out. Um, till this virus, till we know this virus is totally cleared right out. Um, like they should have been told the same thing the churches were told. Um, they should have been stopped from going to door. Even as of last year, they should have stopped trick or treating in generally. Even my area should have stopped it. They didn't. My area where I lived, oh no, they kept doing. They kept it going. England kept it going. Um, but then yet the churches were told, and that kind of stuff, like the Christian churches were told they can't go to door, because it was not allowed. So if the churches cannot go to door, uh, you know, to meet and greet with people or to reach out to people, then the same rules should have applied to kids going to door trick or treating. That should have been a no. Even last year, not just certain areas. That should have hit here too as well. Means lights out. You know, people saving their money, taking the night off, shut your lights off. That kind of stuff like that. Don't hand out a single candy, to nobody. Um, Definitely. So that way, because if the churches cannot go to door, and these churches still can't go to door, then the trick or treating should have been under the same laws and regulations. I don't know why it wasn't. Um, they should have been, the parents should have been advised and told the same thing. Um, Definitely. So, if they're going to allow the trick or treaters to go to door, then guess what? You have to give the churches back their rights to go to door. It is only fair. You can't violate that. Um, Definitely. Especially when they claim that they're being obedient and they're instructed by a higher power, spiritual higher power, that guides them to go door to door. Um, that kind of stuff like that. Um, so um, and if they see that the trick or treaters are allowed to go to door, yes, the churches guys are going to get pissed off. They're going to get pissed off, and they're going to fight it. They're going to fight it. They're going to say, if we were told we cannot go to door to talk to people, to pray for people, to reach out for people, or to visit the congregation people, to see to help to be there, to be a comfort to them during these times of need, then they can fight the fact that and probably fight the fact that they can make a pretty clear point in saying, well, if we're not allowed to go to door witnessing, trick-or-treaters should not be allowed to go. Same rules, laws should apply that trick-or-treaters should not be allowed to go to door collecting candy on Halloween night. And it should have been made clear that the rules were evenly fair for both categories. It's not a different thing. You can't say it's different. No, it is not different. It's the same thing, because they're doing the same thing. They're going anonymously door to door, like they usually do by tradition. Well, same with the churches. They have a tradition, if you want to put it that way, or they have a reason to go to door. But if the churches are told, the Christians are told they cannot go street witnessing, they cannot go to door, then the trick or treat, the parents should be advised. Then there is no trick or treating to take your kids door to door, to keep them at home, to do online activities with them, like coloring or make up Halloween games for your family, or have a small little with you and your kids, have a bit of a small Halloween celebration online with your family at home, and that kind of stuff like that. Buy them the candy from Walmart or whatever. Fill up a pinata, let them swat a pinata open, blindfold them, have fun with that. Bring back the old days before we had internet, but now with internet, let them swat open a pinata and dive for candy. Um, you know, um, make up a pot of, go buy a bag of apples for your kids, for your for only just you and your family and your kids. Let them bob for apples, or go through the Tim Hortons drive-through, buy donuts, put them on a string, blindfold them, let them eat them off the string. I remember that. That's the way Halloween used to be before internet times. Totally, that's the way it was when it started when those celebrations started in the 50s and the 60s, way before I was born, and it was still going on in the 80s and the 90s before we even had internet. Um, Definitely, we had fun with that. Totally, we had fun with that. But that was when parties were allowed. But again, it wasn't a thing that was we didn't have access to being online like you are today. But even guys, turn it into a YouTube live stream. Turn it into make a TV show out of it on YouTube. Make a TV show if you guys are still on since Facebook is going to be snitty about music, I wouldn't suggest Facebook. But keep the kids at home, do Halloween activities with them at home, that kind of stuff like that. I'm not saying that they're missing out on Halloween. It is just that they would be, they would have to follow the same rules and regulations that the churches have to follow. The churches cannot go to door. then shut down the trick or treating, so it's evenly fair. Um, Definitely, set up something at home with your family, like go to Tim Hortons, buy boxes of donuts, hang them on a string, you know, for just you and your family and that kind of stuff like that. Make a live YouTube show out of it. It's funny, comical, that kind of stuff. So and the people that normally hand out candies, save your money, shut your lights off, take take this year off. Um, Definitely. Because especially if you're one of those Christian people too that you're used to handing out candy, and you were told you can't go to door witnessing, soul winning, um, or Jehovah Witnessing, then the trick or treaters should be following the same laws and regulations as well. Same, the parents should have been told the same thing from the government. Um, Definitely is even as of last year, this area should not have allowed. All areas should have said no, no, no. Um, because you can't say no to one and say yes to the other. You can't do that. That's contradiction, and that there is not right, and that is dictation, and that's favoritism. Um, Definitely, and that is especially when you've got vaccinated kids are taking a chance of being mixed in with unvaccinated people. Um, Definitely. So, guys, really, really understand that the fact that if the churches are told no, they cannot go to door witnessing, then kids going to door on Halloween night trick or treating should fall under the same rules and regulations that this year should be a no. Like even last year should have been a no too as well. Um, go to go to Walmart, buy bags of candy, boxes of candy. Let them break open go to the dollar store, buy a pinata. Let them break it open at home. More or less. Do fun things at home with your family and that kind of stuff like that. Um, and and the other people that normally would hand out, don't buy anything, shut your lights off, take the night off. Um, Definitely until things fully reopen next year, and then maybe next year, when things are better, if it looks like things are going to be better next year, reopen that all up next year. Definitely when the Christians are allowed to go back door to door, when they get the green flag to go back door to door in the middle of next year or whatever, if it's to be, or and that kind of stuff like that, and then October 2022 we start up trick or treating again at a later date. But for these for last year, no, it should have not been allowed at all anywhere. Not even in this area, and this year it should not even be allowed either. Definitely because it's still going door to door, and the Christians can't go to door. So if the Christians can't go to door, they have a case against you. Technically, if they really wanted to, and say, well, we're not allowed to go to door witnessing. Halloween night, people taking their kids around Halloween night trick or treating shouldn't be allowed either because it's still going door to door. 100%ly. A lot of people would agree with me on that one. Totally, especially when you still got a virus flying around, and especially when there's you're gonna have vaccinated kids in amongst non-vaccinated kids. It's gonna be a big mess, and viruses will be jumping and everything else like that. And then our damn cases will go up higher again. We don't need that. That will never get through this thing. So, like I said, like if you told the churches that they can't go to door because they're not allowed to, you gave them that strict rules and laws and regulations, then the parents of the trick-or-treaters should have been told the same thing. No trick-or-treating at all. Last year or this year. Totally. That everything has to be done online. Make it like an online TV live stream. like where you're spending time with your own family, kids that live under your roof with your own family. Let them break open a pinata. To sit, watch cartoons, play little board games with them. Um, go out to essentially drive to mountains, buy them a box of donuts, hang them on a string, let them eat off, off the string, or Bob for apples with your own family. Stuff, bring back the old days until things clear up, if things are to clear up next year. Then when you see the Christians going back door to door because they got the green flag to do it, next year in 2022, then reconsider the trick or treating tradition. Definitely, when we know that all this is all cleared out of the way, definitely. So this is just some encouragement, guys. Definitely. Being of First Nation Celtic descent, I agree if that's what's to be. Definitely, because we started Halloween to begin with. We didn't start the candy traditions. The Christians started the candy tradition. The door-to-door stuff and the parties. We started the Celtic ancestry. Started Halloween in general. The in general night of it. But yeah, so there's just some more word of encouragement, guys. Definitely. So if it's not right for one minority group to go to door to soul win or they're going to be stopped or they're going to be harassed, then I'm sorry, but to put this down, that the fact that the door-to-door trick-or-treating should not be happening either during these times at all, anywhere. That's my opinion on that one, totally. Because if you're gonna allow one group to go say, okay, yes, you can go trick or treat, given and say, yes, you can go trick or treating, but with guidelines, and then you just told the Christian churches they're not allowed to go to door witnessing, that is the same thing. That is the same thing, and that is committing favorism right there, and you're contradicting what you said to one group to the other, and you're favoritizing one group over the other. That is not that's not keeping the law equal, or to the health standards or guidelines. Definitely. Like don't dictate to one group if you're going to favoritize the other group. That definitely is not allowed, because the other group can actually fight you. The other group can fight you. Legally, they can fight you. The Christians can fight you if they want to. They can fight it. They have respect not to fight it. But if they want to, they can fight that. They can fight that, because they're going to say, well, if we're not allowed, and we're told we're not allowed to go to door praying for people or to reach out to our people in times of crisis or need, but yet people can go trick-or-treating on Halloween night, when the same Christians that you told can't go to door witnessing started trick-or-treating in the 1950s and 60s in their ancestry. They can turn around and say, guess what? They control the trick-or-treating end of things. They can say, well, if we can't go to door and we can't not share the good news, because there's a law that says we're not allowed to, then the trick-or-treaters should fall under the same law, abide by the same law, and say, guess what? You can't go take your kids trick-or-treating on Halloween night during a pandemic, or a virus pandemic. It's got to be equal. I'm sorry. Legally, it has to be equal. It can't be divided like that. That is totally wrong. Wrong. Because you just told one group they can't go door to door, and they have respect not to go to door. They have to do everything online. Well, same with Halloween. Should be forced to be done online. Definitely. That they should not be allowed to have their rights to go trick-or-treating. Because the Christians can't go to door, and the same Christians that go to door for years and in their ancestry times were the ones that started the tradition of the Halloween party, started the traditions of trick-or-treating. And they have the right to take it away from you. They do. They do. You say, well, they don't. Yes, they do. If they're the founder of something, it's like a gift. If they're a founder of something like that, or their ancestors were a founder of it, that their grandkids of those great grandparents that started the trick-or-treating trick-or-treating trend, if you want to call it, or door-to-door candy collecting, they can take that away from you. They can. Same with us Celtics. If we wanted to turn around and if we have the same rights to say, during a pandemic or crisis, virus pandemic or crisis, and if our Christians are told that they can't go to door, or our minority groups can't meet, we can't gather, we can't go to door, to meet with our people, that kind of stuff like that, which we do respect, and we do everything online, then trick-or-treating should have shut down as of last year. Should have shut down. You should have been under the same law. You should have been told the same thing. To keep your kids at home, buy them candy, and celebrate at home with your own family. Definitely. And yeah, because especially if a culture or heritage is a founder or started or something, or we started something, our ancestors started something, or brought something over spiritually like that, at some point in time, we have the right to shut it down and take it away. Same with the Christians. They started the candy tradition. They can shut it down and take it away from you and say no. If they're dictated in for years that they can't go to, and all of a sudden they're told they can't go to door, they can stop you from trick-or-treating, because the Christians started that tradition. All the Christian churches started that tradition. Halloween wouldn't have been Halloween if it wasn't for the early ancestry of Halloween of the Christians. They hold enough power and authority. They can say, if we're not allowed to go to door, to reach out to our people, and talk with our people, and to reach out to them in a time of need or a crisis, they can take away your trick-or-treating. They can shut down. They can be mean and shut down your trick-or-treating because it's in their ancestral right. Not the human rights, in their ancestral right. That's more power than your American, whatever you call it, your American Constitution and your amendments add more power and overpowers our Canadian Human Charter of Rights. Guys don't understand that, because then it has to do with an ancestral cultural right. That's different than the human rights. Everybody's too busy looking into human rights for cultural rights. Cultural rights are not always going to appear under the human rights. In Canada, yes, it does. Under certain sections, because it was only doctrinized. But intercultural or ancestral rights of cultural rights is higher seniority and higher power than your everyday country human constitutional rights. So if you tell the Christian churches after all these years after their ancestors were the same Christians and their same Christians, the same churches, their ancestors started the tradition of Halloween parties and trick or treating, can take it away from you. If they took the parties away from you, they can tell you you cannot go to door trick or treating if they can't go to door soul winning. You stop them from going door to door soul winning, they can stop you from going door to door trick or treating. It's a privilege. Door to door soul winning or witnessing is not a privilege. It's a need. There's a total difference. So I just wanted to share that, guys, with you. I'm not trying to be harsh, but if you're going to dictate to the Christian churches, which is fine, they do respect that. And they've been doing pretty good. They've been doing everything online like they were told. But yet you're going to stop them, and I'm making a very strong point at this point. You're going to stop them from going to door, saying they cannot go to door witnessing. Then I don't think trick-or-treating should be a thing right now. And it should not have been a thing last year since this virus even started, or this pandemic even started. And they can't say, well, that was just certain areas we restricted that on. No, you restricted it on all areas worldwide. Definitely worldwide. Because it's not fair to tell one group they can't go to door to meet people's needs and witness to people, and then you allow the other group to go to door Halloween night, comes Halloween night, and go trick-or-treating. It's the same goddamn thing. A lot of people do not understand that. I'm not trying to be harsh on that. But, that is the same thing. And I'm making a point here. Totally. Until you know that all this Nazi virus shit show is over and done with. Totally. If it's to be finished next year, like the way they're looking at it, as considering the cases stay down. And now if you don't shut down trick-or-treating, okay, then yes, your cases are going to go up because you're mixing vaccinated kids in with non-vaccinated kids. Definitely. So if the churches are told, you have to do everything online, you can't meet at your halls, you can't meet in church, you can't meet at your clubs, guess what? No trick-or-treating should be allowed. Trick-or-treating should not be allowed. If churches are not allowed to go to door to witness to people or to reach out to help people or people in times of need or crisis, and even under strict guidelines, they're not getting the opportunity to be allowed, but under strict guidelines like the trick-or-treaters do. No, they're told specifically they're not allowed to. Not allowed to. So if the churches are not allowed right now to go to door witnessing to people, then trick-or-treating should not be a thing right now. Sorry, the government needs to make that all clear and fair, that the laws are equally, put the foot down and say the laws are equal to both sides, not just one. So it like they can even bring that up in when they go live, say, we told the Jehovah's Witnesses, we told the Christians they cannot go to door, which they've been respecting, and staying home and doing things online. The trick-or-treaters should fall under the same law, under the COVID-19 restriction laws. Definitely stating that they cannot go trick-or-treating right now. Or should not have been even allowed last year. It should have been shut down all areas. It wasn't shut down all areas. Wyerton here still allowed people were still going to fucking door to door last year trick-or-treating. But the Christians can't go door to fucking door. They have a right to argue that. You don't think they do. They do. They have that right to. They have respect not to, but they have that right to. And those same Christians that you're stopping from going to door, their ancestors started the tradition of trick-or-treating. Definitely. And they can shut that down at any point in time. If they want to say, well, right now we can't go to door, and we're not allowed to, and we have respect not to, then trick-or-treating in all areas, all worldwide, should be a no. Should not be allowed right now. And it shouldn't have been allowed last year either. But it was still an activity that was still allowed last year. Definitely. But the Christians, since this pandemic started, were told they can't go to door. But yet when comes Halloween time, the kids can go to door. It's the same thing. It is the same thing. It should, if the Christians can't go to door, then the parents should have been told you cannot take your kids trick-or-treating because they have to follow the same health guidelines and laws that the Christians were told. Definitely. Everything has to be done online to keep your kids at home. Definitely. Especially now when you've got, you got running around out there. You got non-vaccinated kids running around out there amongst vaccinated kids. Yeah, the numbers are going to continue to go up. Definitely. And if you really want those numbers down, I would cancel the trick-or-treating in generally this year. Definitely. Until you know for sure that even the Christians have a green flag to go back door to door in the near future. Then next year, look at restarting up trick-or-treating again or whatever when it's safe. Or if it's to be safe. Or if it's still not safe then, wait till the times are safe. Right now, it's just not... the regulations should be all equal, totally. And yes, I'm not again, like I said, I feel strongly on this too, because they're always asking, well, what's your opinion on this? What's your opinion on that? Now, if I wish to share this on TikTok, it'd be an issue, but I'm going to share it on here because I know it goes publicly. Definitely, I think it should be equal. I honestly think it should be equal because, like I said, if the churches are forced to do everything online, then trick-or-treating should be shut down. I'm sorry, it should be. Because the Christians are told they can't go to door. It's not safe for them to go to door. They're not allowed to go to door to do their witnessing and that kind of stuff like that. So come Halloween night, trick-or-treating should be stopped as well. If you can stop the Christians, or the politicians can stop the Christians from going to door and put a strict law on the Christians from going to door during a pandemic, you can put the same law on trick-or-treaters. Definitely. Until these times are over. Definitely. That way it's making it all equal. It's making it fairly so that there may not be that way you don't end up with a Christian group out there fighting you or fighting against you or taking you to court and trying to fight you, because they can do that. Definitely. Because when they go to door, there's a reason for it. People have needs that need to be met. When kids go to door trick-or-treating, what are they doing when they go in door to door trick-or-treating? They're not meeting people's needs. They're getting greedy for their own needs. There's a total difference. Totally difference. So if the Christians are told, my point being, if the Christians are told that they're not allowed to go to door during a pandemic, then trick-or-treaters should be stopped from going door to door too as well. They should be put under the same law. Under the restriction laws. Definitely. Totally. That there's to be no trick-or-treating. Especially when they shut down the parties. Definitely. So when they shut down the parties, they should have said no trick-or-treating. Now, they did in some areas, but only certain areas. This area, where I live, people still took the kids around last year. But the kids that lived on the outskirts on the farms are not allowed to leave their community. The farm kids were not allowed to leave their community to go to other communities. So it doesn't matter which community you live in. Because it's door to door, it should have been no. And that should have been enforced last year, because even last year, or before last year hit, when this pandemic hit, that's when all the Christian churches were told they cannot go to door, they cannot gather at church, nothing like that. They had to do everything online. They could not meet people's needs. They could not go to door. So when they were told they could not go to door, you do not have the right to take your kids door to door for candy. Definitely. Because you should have been told to follow the same laws that the Christians were told, that they couldn't go to door, and they had a reason to go to door to meet people's needs. Trick-or-treating is not meet people's needs. It's being greedy for fucking candy. Totally, if you really look at it. To get free candy. I don't have a problem with that end of it, but the point is, there's a point here that until times are safe, until this pandemic's totally done and over with, if the Christians are stopped from going door to door, those Christians that you stop from going to door, meeting people's needs, can stop you and force the same law on you from going trick-or-treating, because those are the same Christians that their ancestors started the tradition of trick-or-treating. Soul winning opened the door to trick-or-treating years and centuries ago. So those Christians can say, you know what? We can't go to door to meet people's needs. We have to do everything online. Then they can tell parents to keep their kids at home. Tell them that they can't take them around trick-or-treating because it's no different. They can't go to door. If the Christians can't go to door witnessing, because I heard it straight from, I'm not mentioning no names, or any congregations, I've heard it straight, some from friends of mine, in a meeting last night, or on Thursday night. They're not allowed to go, they were told they're not allowed to go to door. Because of laws, because of the law guidelines and stuff like that, because of this pandemic. So you put 2 and 2 together, they can't go to door. Why is trick-or-treating allowed to be a thing then during a pandemic or crisis? It is no different. It is still taking your kids door to door. So if the Christians are told they can't go to door, trick-or-treaters shouldn't be allowed either. The law should be made equally. Honestly. Until that green flag is raised. Right now, there's a red flag on everything. Parties, everything, events, definitely. People are told if they're gonna honor Halloween or whatever, or honor church or whatever, go to church, they have to go online on Zoom. The churches have to make up a Zoom account, or on YouTube here. They have to host everything they do online. So if you want to celebrate Halloween, you should have been told the same thing, that, like the Christians were told, you cannot go to door right now. Even last year, since this pandemic started, the laws should have prevented you from going door to door. If they're preventing the Christians from going door to door, trick-or-treating on Halloween night shouldn't be any different. It should be stated that, yes, you cannot go to door, because they can turn around and say, yes, we told the churches they can't go to door right now because we put a red flag on them. Same with the trick-or-treaters. You should have put a red flag on them. It is not fair. It is not right. Definitely. Because if you couldn't allow the trick-or-treaters to go on Halloween night to go door to door, then you did not have the right to tell the Christians that they cannot be obedient to their God and go to door, fulfilling people's needs. But because they respected you and listened and stayed home and did things online, they closed up their churches, they locked up their churches, and they were told they can't go to door. Trick-or-treating should have been put under that same law saying you're not allowed to go to door, no matter where you live. There should have been a red flag raised on trick-or-treating generally on Halloween night while going through this pandemic or going because we went through these pandemics. Definitely. Until they're clear and know they're all out of the way and they're over and they're done with. And the green flag raises again, which it will. But not right now. Definitely. So this, guys, they wanted my feeling on this. This is what my feeling is. Totally. And I think that's where there's too much favoritism. And that's where still the law guidelines are being broken, is because the trick-or-treaters are the ones that are breaking it. Because the churches are not breaking it. The church is not breaking it. They're doing as they're told. They're told they can't go to door. So if they're told they can't go to door, it's no different than a trick-or-treater coming to your door on Halloween night. Definitely. Or kids coming to your door for candy on Halloween night. That's not nothing different. Definitely. That's still going door to door during a pandemic. Totally. It shouldn't be just certain areas. It should have been all areas should have shut down Halloween, canceled out trick-or-treating in general. They just try to say, it's all areas. Well, funny, this area still allowed it. Funny, Wyerton here still allowed people going door to door, trick-or-treating. They did last year. Under strict guidelines of social distancing. But then you told the Christians they couldn't go to door with special guidelines? No, you said they couldn't go to door at all. You strictly put a law on them and said you cannot go to door at all for any which reason. That they had respect to follow it, those guidelines. But yet, the same Christians you told they can't go to door are their ancestors are the ones that invented trick-or-treating. Because without soul winning, you don't have trick-or-treating because, it goes together. Read the history of it. It's a Christian tradition. Because they were told until there's a green flag raised for them to go back door to door, they're not to go to door. And they respected that. They did their services. They're all doing their services online like they're told to. But when they hear that Halloween night kids can go trick-or-treating, that's what's pissing them off. Totally. That's why they're getting mad. That's why they're getting angry. That's why they're getting pissed off. Totally. And I don't really blame them. Because they've got strict law guidelines on them stating they cannot at all go to door. Trick-or-treaters should have had the same law and guidelines saying parents receive a letter from the government saying you cannot go to door at this time on Halloween night. Trick-or-treating. Cannot take your kids trick-or-treating. Go to Walmart. Buy them candy to fill up a bowl at home. Let them bob for donuts on a string or something like that. With your own family, or bob for apples out of a pot, because stating that the fact we just told the Christian churches they cannot go to door, they cannot meet, they cannot gather. Definitely, they have to do everything online. Halloween should be treated the same way. Totally, should have been under the same law guidelines. Because it's not being fair or equally right or fair to shut down, cancel out one group from going to door to help the needy, and then you got the fucking greedy is allowed to go out begging for candy on Halloween night. It doesn't make sense, does it? When one group was told they cannot go door to door, the other group should have been told the same thing. And that should have been enforced until the times get saved, until times are ready to raise the green flag again, and the other group is allowed to go back to that activity. Because they can fight you. They have respect not to, but they can fight you on that. They've got videos stating that even in the way back in the war days, they fought to go to door by a federal court system. And they won their case. And they said, and they even said they have no problem doing it again. They don't have no problem doing it again. The churches don't have a problem doing it again. They said that straight out in one of their meetings. Totally. See, I'm a wise cookie. I learn a lot very quickly at times. I'm not saying this, guys, to be mean. I'm just saying this just, for safety and encouragement. Definitely. Like I'm just saying, there's too much favoritism because, like I said, the Christians are told they can't go to door when this pandemic started. During this pandemic, they had to do everything online. So trick-or-treating, and they feel the same way, that trick-or-treating should not have been allowed either, anywhere. They should have got the same exemption. We're told the same exemption. And that, you can fuss, you can bitch all you like. I don't care. We have to make that fair. We have to make that fair, because if the kids are, for the last 2 years during the pandemic, is allowed to go trick-or-treating, then there is no reason why Christianity is being harassed, stating they can't go to door. Because they can say, well, you let the trick-or-treaters go to door on a tradition we started, and you're telling us, the government's telling us we can't go to door to meet people's needs. How is that fair? That's favoritism. That there'll be consequences if we went to door. Well, same with trick-or-treaters during a pandemic. There should be consequences, shouldn't there? The laws should have made sure that the parents were told the same thing on trick-or-treating as the Christians were for going to door witnessing. You can't say yes to one group and say no to the other. You can't do that. That's wrong. Totally wrong. Especially when the one group has got a reason to go out. When they're actually being obedient to their higher power, and they're reaching out to people, or they're helping people. But yet trick-or-treaters can go on Halloween night trick-or-treating during a pandemic, no problem. How is that right? How is that fair? It isn't. That's still breaking the same law that was put on the Christians. So if they can't go to the door witnessing, and they started trick-or-treating tradition, they can get pissed off, and they can say no trick-or-treating to make it equal. They can tell the parents they can't take the kids door to door. Like they got gutsy with me online and says, guess what? I can't sell even in my own home. I can't celebrate Christmas because we don't believe in it. Because it's not Christian, it's pagan. And they had the guts to tell me that. So technically, they got the guts to tell me that. They would have the guts to tell you, if they can't go to door soul winning or witnessing, because there's laws that will stop them, then there should be laws during the pandemic to stop trick-or-treaters from going door to door, the same thing. And they will enforce that because their ancestors started the tradition. Long time ago. That's my point. And they could have the guts and tell you no. But they always ask for me to share my comments, and I'm not going to say opinions because we're not allowed to say that, but a lot of people look at it and say, yes, he's making a point. Sorry to go into a bit of a PSA, guys. I just think I think in this situation, I honestly think it should be equal. I don't know how many people agree with me on this one. Totally. Like I said, I'm not saying you can't agree or disagree. It's right now. Things are. Our government's not being fair with you right now. Totally. Definitely with nobody. They're being total assholes. I can honestly agree with the people on TikTok that are saying that. Because they're allowing trick-or-treaters to go around trick-or-treating night to go get candy. But yet they've stopped churches from gathering. They split up churches. They stopped missionaries from going to people's doors, from helping them out or meeting their needs. And they had a reason to go to people's doors, and they're threatening all these laws on them and everything else like that. But yet they won't do it with the trick-or-treaters. They won't do it with the parents to take the kids trick-or-treating. Hello, if one minority group is told that they cannot go door to door, that law should comply to everybody. That should comply to everybody. Everybody. Not just one category. And Leasley had respect to listen to you. Like they could have been rude and not. They could have been like the big people and ones in the big city. They could have been rude and not listen to you. But what? They listened. They transferred everything out of. They locked up their churches. They shut their churches down. They locked up their churches. They did everything online. They're doing everything online, on Zoom, on YouTube, on Skype, from their own homes. How come Halloween was not forced to be the same way? Now, I've been doing Halloween for years with my haunted house online, indoor haunted house online. I've been online before this pandemic even started, doing it all online, on Halloween, on doing Halloween online, from at home. I didn't think it would come in handy. Totally. I didn't, and today it's basically showing you, even when these times hit, showing you, even when I did Christmas Elf Lounge, or those that do celebrate Christmas or whatever, was showing you to do your celebrations with your own family from at home. You don't have to go out. It's not that you have to go out. That's what I was teaching you guys. The survival tips of it. Even if clubs are too busy mouthing off and bitching that they can't meet. Well, you know what? What's wrong with opening up a Zoom account and emailing your members your code so they can join you and run your meetings on Zoom or on YouTube, so they can join in with you online like you're told to, instead of whining like a fucking 5-year-old. Sorry to put it that way with the F-bombs, but festivities, every festivities that come up, the government split up. They split up families. Literally split up families. Especially when I come from a split up family to begin with. My dad left my mom when I was 3 years of age, and didn't want nothing to do with me. Definitely. Look at these times. The government made things worse. They split things up even worse. The chance of uniting with them. Boom. Didn't happen, did it? No. Because of strict laws and guidelines. Definitely. That we have respect to follow. You know, so there's my point, guys. There's my point. I'm not saying that Halloween's going to be canceled forever. People think, oh, well, because you cancel trick-or-treating, it's going to be canceled forever. That's not being fair to our kids. Well, you know what? At this point, we don't fucking care. At this point, we don't fucking care. There's a virus pandemic going on. There's definitely virus going around. No matter if you're vaccinated or non-vaccinated. You've got, as long as you're going to have non-vaccinated kids running around out there amongst vaccinated kids, or non-vaccinated people around vaccinated people, yes, separate them temporarily till this thing for this to fly over. You know, I do fun things like put my camp experience on here, or ghost stories or whatever, and that's this kind of stuff. And when I just heard that the Christians were told that he cannot go to door soul witnessing, but yet trick-or-treaters can go to door trick-or-treating still? How come that law was not forced on them as well, comply to them as well, as it was to the Christians? When the Christians were the ones, ancestors started the tradition of trick-or-treating in the parties. That's being favoritisable. Totally. Until like what do people think that this is a big fucking joke? These times are a big fucking joke. If you think it's a big fucking joke, get your head examined. Go to your local fucking Nichols building and lock yourself in it. It's not a fucking joke. Totally. It's serious shit. Sorry to put it that way. But if one group's told that he cannot go to door to do their soul winning, they can't go to door to do the witnessing, then I'm sorry, you're not allowed to take your kids trick-or-treating, because it's still going door to door. It is still going door to door. And that should have been forced. That law should have been forced for all areas, not just certain areas. Definitely. I would have, our government should have really, instead of being a pansy ass, they should have really forced a foot on that when they were speaking on it last year, when they were about to shut down trick-or-treating. They should have enforced it then and said no trick-or-treating. And they should have said straight out, even Doug Ford should have said straight out, we told the Jehovah's Witnesses, we told the Christians they cannot go to door during a pandemic. Witnessing, they have to do everything online. Trick-or-treating is the same thing. No, it is not allowed. But they let people kind of sweet talk them in their telephone call, in their telephone call and conversation. They didn't really stick to their guns hard enough. Totally. Until they knew that the time would come that in the next 2 or 3 years, and then reevaluate it again then and say, okay, when it is safe to bring back the trick-or-treating, if it is safe then, or when they start allowing the Christians to go back door to door. Right now, everything has to be done online. Churches, service clubs, everything to do with clubs, everything has to be done online still. Definitely. Because they were giving law exceptions. I mean, they were told it's illegal for them to do it. So it should be, during a pandemic right now, it should be illegal for trick-or-treaters to even come to our door for candy. That doesn't mean that trick-or-treating is going to be canceled permanently. That's just saying that during these times, or even last year, it should have been all areas that should have been stopped, not just certain areas. That should have been our area. That should have included our area as well. Because last year, people, and the reason why cases kept going up is because people still took their fucking kids trick-or-treating. And somewhere in the crowd, other kids passed the virus around and didn't know it. They were in with infected kids last year. This is why I say, guys, this is, until things clear up. I'm not trying to sound harsh or anything like that. If you specifically put strict laws and guidelines on one group, the same laws and guidelines have to apply to everybody. So if the Christians can't meet people halfway or go door to door, then trick-or-treating shouldn't be a thing this year. It shouldn't have been a thing last year. Until the time comes, it's safe again. Definitely. Until further notice. And yet the Christians that you told that couldn't go door to door soul winning and witnessing, their ancestors were the same ones that started the candy trick-or-treating tradition. If you read the history of Halloween. And if they wanted to make things totally equally fair, they can ban trick-or-treating because and you can't say that they don't have the right to. Yes, they do, because their ancestors started the tradition of trick-or-treating and started the tradition of the Halloween parties. Because the Halloween parties and the trick-or-treating is not the main part of Halloween. Us Celtics started the tradition of Halloween. Our ancestors started the bonfire nights, everything. Even right through to the times of the witch trials. Back in the early days. It was the Celtics that introduced, it was us Celtics that introduced Halloween to the Christians. The Christians just added in to a custom we started. My ancestors started. They're not that old of a tradition. The candy tradition of the parties were not an old tradition. It's not even 50 or 60 years old. So there's, even though I was, like I said, I was born here and raised in Canada, Ontario, but I'm just saying, in my ancestries or heritage, it was us Celtics. Halloween wouldn't have been a thing if it wasn't for us Celtics. Gypsy Celtics. We're the ones that started the custom of Halloween. We're the ones that introduced Halloween to the white supremacy Christians. We were the North Celtic, native Celtic tribes that discovered Halloween, that introduced Halloween to the Christians. The only reason why the Christians or the churches had anything to do with Halloween, and the great thing they always only added, was the candy tradition of trick-or-treating, exchange for soul cakes, for soul winning. Us Celtics, we don't soul win. We don't go soul winning. And we think this is totally fucking stupid. When we discovered we had the power, our ancestry had the, if you want to say, we didn't realize what we were doing. How we discovered Halloween is when we witnessed, our ancestors witnessed the dead rising from their graves and not staying dead. When there was the very first blood full moon and the apocalypse, and the moment the dead started rising and started walking, when our ancestors witnessed that, that's when we declared it. We lit bonfires or campfires to keep them away. because the light from the campfire or the bonfire back those days, or ancestry, would keep the evil spirits away. We didn't even invent the costumes. We invented gypsy. We invented the ghost legends of the our gypsy generation, from generation to generation, or tribe, native tribe, Celtic native tribe. We invented the ghost legends that we told around those campfires or bonfires to keep our fellow Celtics calm. Definitely. And by our ancestry lighting bonfires on Halloween night during the festival of Samhain would keep the witches away. It would keep the devil away, because they would not cross our circle into the light, or cross our tribe into the light. So they wouldn't harm us. That was when the first Halloween was discovered. It wasn't till the 1940s or 1950s when Christians, the Catholic Church and the Christians, invented door-to-door soul winning exchange for candy, and introduced a custom. When the custom was introduced to Hollywood and to everything else like that. It was the Christian churches that introduced the Halloween costumes and the parties, and the trick-or-treating before the police departments and fire departments. And that's when that party thing became a thing. So the party thing and traditions is not that old. It's not really has nothing to do with Halloween, like people think it does. Halloween goes back to our time, the early times of the dead not staying dead, is when the real Halloween was founded by our Celtic ancestors. Definitely, native ancestors. My Celtic native ancestors, back in the gypsy times, where we lit a campfire, we lit a bonfire, we sung and danced around that campfire. And as that campfire and bonfire was lit, there was a reason for it. It kept the evil spirits away. It kept the witches away. Because if that fire flame was to go out, and we had our fire keepers, if that fire flame was to go out, our families were killed by witches. We were killed by vampires. We were killed and attacked by zombies. We were attacked and killed by the walking dead. The dead really spiritually did raise. That's why Halloween itself is a very powerful night. And the witches would cast their spells. The witches would cast their spells, everything. To try everything to get at us Celtic tribes back those times. They're not like that today. But back those days, in those early days, to our ancestors, this is why we were the main founders of Halloween. And we were smart even on Halloween night. If we had our bonfires going, we gathered around our families around a bonfire, a campfire, in the middle of our back stoned-in backyards. Our native ancestors did, because there's no internet back those days. There's no parties yet; they weren't not a thing yet. Neither was trick-or-treating. Neither was going down to the local saloon, dressing up in costumes and acting like a total idiot. We had a very religious reason, spiritual. I can't say religious, but it's a very spiritual reason, on how we discovered and founded Halloween, and we introduced that Halloween worldwide. Definitely, we didn't think it was going to become a big. Our ancestors didn't think it was going to lead into the parties. It was going to lead into the trick or treating, that kind of stuff, or the Halloween costumes, even. Because back those times, on the first Halloween, it was nothing to do with. It had nothing to do with parties. It had nothing to do with trick or treating. We sung and danced spiritually. We spiritually meditated or in our culture or tribes to keep the evil spirits away. And around that bonfire, our ancestors would keep the witches away. We keep the witches out of our circle. We would actually and that's how we became Celtic Gypsy warriors. And why I'm a Celtic Gypsy warrior is because based on my ancestry, definitely of Celtics, the early Celtics, definitely. This is why Halloween's a big part of us. Totally. That's why I said trick or treating and parties didn't become really a thing. It's not really a part of Halloween, or the costumes really not part of Halloween. It's just not in. It's just an old. It's just not. It's not even that old of a tradition. Since we came into the times and generations of television or Hollywood media, they commercialized it over the generations. It became commercialized from generation to generation when it hit Hollywood. Big screens started when they started coming into that generation, and then the Halloween costumes was introduced by Christianity. It was introduced by soul winning. Was introduced by Christianity, exchanged for soul cakes, which was candy, and then after that, before that, it started off with homemade candy, and then it went from homemade candy to factory store bought candy. So that way, the night didn't get to keep, if you want to call it, the Halloween trolls out of trouble from vandalizing, or that happened during the war days in the 40s and the 50s. Well, just after the war, even through the 40s. The Christianity started parades, they started dances, they started parties, they started trick or treating to prevent war from happening, or mobs of people from basically keeping them out of trouble, or teenagers on Black Halloween and keeping them out of trouble so they wouldn't prank people violently, or blow shit up. Totally. But really, Halloween has nothing to do with the candy tradition. It has nothing to do with the costume tradition. Those are new add-in traditions. They're not even 50 years or not even 80 years old. Our tradition of my ancestors going back to the Celtics is an ancient 100-year-old historical tradition. When we first witnessed the dead not staying dead, when we were introduced, or we were the main founders that founded Halloween, and we were able to communicate with the dead, and we were the ones that invented what you call the Wicca Square, that the Wiccans are known by today, and the history of the pentagram right here, so you can see that for our own protection. So as we formed, us Celtics would form a circle around the bonfire to keep the evil spirits away, to keep the witches away, and to keep the dead away from attacking us, as long as that bonfire was lit. And under that bonfire was a marking of this, that the bonfire pit was built on, was actually engraved into even back those days, into stone ground, carved in stone ground with a knife. Oh, we had blacksmiths, metalsmiths back those days. Our ancestors did, and that's what they would carve out. Was this here? This symbol before we built the bonfire pit, the early Celtics would keep us safe in the middle of it, as long as we were in the middle of it. And the Wiccan square that I described you with the two moons on either side with this in the middle and the double boxed in square was formed on the outside. So inside those lines, us Celtics would stay around that bonfire as long as we were in that circle. The devil could not corner us. Definitely. He couldn't get us. The dead couldn't kill us. And if the firekeepers tradition where if the firekeepers let that fire go out, us Celtics were murdered. Our lives were in danger. We were attacked or literally would have been killed or murdered by the dead. By the dead that didn't stay dead. So paranormally, supernaturally, the spiritual world does exist. So those that going around saying, "Oh, it doesn't exist," yes, it does. It's powerful stuff. We were the same. Us early Celtics are the same ones that invented Halloween, that founded Halloween, and witnessed things on Halloween, because we witnessed things. Our ancestry witnessed things. We invented. This is way before the Bible times. We invented the Ouija board. We invented tarot cards. We invented the ability of psychicism or spirituality because the dead were speaking through us or talking to us, trying to communicate with us first. We have our Celtic ancestry. My Celtic ancestry has a very early traditions going back to the early days, totally, and that's where Halloween, where the first Halloween night actually happened, and the moon turned red as blood. The moon actually did turn to blood. That's why it's called a blood moon. And we stayed, and after the bonfires, when we went in, when our ancestors took their families into their stone homes, they boarded up their homes, they played games, they entertained their kids. That they wouldn't leave the homes. There was some Celtic families wouldn't even enter into the pentagram, Wicca square circle, bonfire circle, because they were afraid to. So what they do, that's where they lock themselves in their homes. And while they were locked in their homes, they did the same thing we did around the bonfire, tell ghost stories. So the tradition of campfire ghost stories, that's how that started. All started on the first Halloween. Definitely. That's why I said my ancestry has a native Celtic history to it. Even though over the generations, like I've shared, when I was born mixed nationalities, definitely. But it's still part of Celticism. Is still part of my history, totally family history. A lot of people do not know about. That I don't mind sharing with you guys. So, again, like don't take me harsh and that kind of stuff. That I'm not saying that trick or treating would ever be canceled forever. Just during times because we're still in this pandemic, and the Christians were told they cannot go door to door. We just feel that that the same laws should have been put on the trick or treaters too, as well. For now, that they were told that they should have been told that they cannot go door to door at all, until the Christian churches get their green flag go ahead again to go door again. and that before they can return to their halls or return to their churches. Definitely. This is what I said. So there's a difference between Halloween, guys, and trick-or-treating and the parties. The parties and trick-or-treating had nothing to do with the first Halloween. We were the ones who started Halloween. The Christians started the trick-or-treating and the parties. Trick-or-treating has really nothing to do with Halloween. Neither does the Halloween costumes. We just sit back and I sit back and I get a laugh out of that because that is that's funny. Totally funny. But yeah, so we're not saying that we're going to shut it down forever. We're not saying that. We're not saying that you'll never ever be able to go trick-or-treating again. It's just saying that while during the pandemic or crisis, even from last year, because the Christians were told they couldn't go to door to soul winning or witnessing, automatically those same laws should have been put on the trick-or-treaters just temporarily until this pandemic is over with. Totally. Until things come back to normal again after March, if it's meant to come back to normal. But right now, until March, we're still in this pandemic. That surrounds us. Just basically just trying to keep people safe, and people do not see that. Indefinitely, because anything can happen. Like if people are seeing aliens invade Earth again, like Area 51 happening again, they're seeing Jesus coming out of the sky again. They're seeing ghost apparitions. What does that tell you? What happened in my ancestors' time of the early Halloween when we founded Halloween and the dead was not staying dead? It's happening over again. Definitely. This is what I'm saying. So during just to keep people safe, like you have what you got, internet, you have online live streaming. Just go to the store, go to Walmart, go to the grocery store, buy your kids a bag of candy, go to the dollar store, buy a piñata, hang it up, get them a stick, make it fun, blindfold them, let them hit it. Do your own Halloween celebrations with your own family. Stay at home until it's safe again. Maybe next Halloween it might be safe again to take them back out and start the trick-or-treating tradition up again. Definitely. Now, like I said, that's the traditions and the parties are really nothing to do with Halloween. I don't know why people think that, it's not Halloween when at the parties or trick-or-treating. Hello, you're talking to somebody who comes from a Celtic descent. We didn't start, us Celtics didn't start the trick-or-treating. We didn't start the parties or the costumes tradition. That was Christianity that started that. That was your churches that started that. We were the ones that introduced Halloween to them when they colonized us and stepped foot on our and crossed our wicker square. And not unannounced across national waters. We shared our stories, what we seen, how we founded Halloween. They took our Halloween that we were the founders of because of what we witnessed and what we did to stay safe. Our ancestors did. Definitely. They colonized us. So yeah, they're a bunch of white colonizers. Because they started the parades in the 50s and the 60s. They started the candy tradition. They started the costume traditions. And then while Hollywood became a thing, it became commercialized. We were all all of a sudden, our times was forgotten about. Our times were forgotten about. Our history and heritage was totally forgotten about on where Halloween originally came from. And it disappeared around, or being talked about around campfires. We were shut out. Us Celtics were shut out. It was like we never existed to society. Our native culture, our native Celtic history, it was like all these partying and all this trick-or-treating that the Christians started took over on what we really saw, or what Halloween was really about. And the reason why we started, our ancestors started Halloween, it was more of a safety and survival because of things we've seen, things that happened, paranormal, supernatural things that happened. These white supremacy Christians colonized us. Totally. I know I was born mixed, part Native. On my dad's side, my grandmother, she was Mohawk, Blackfoot. But yeah, again, there was the Celticism comes from my dad's father, and he came from Ireland. It was his great grandparents that were early Celtic gypsies. That was part of the times of the Celtic times. And the times of the Norse pagans and the gypsies. And the real reason why Halloween was originally founded, the history of it. So you guys have an understanding that, trick-or-treating is not that old of a custom. It's not, same with the parties. It's not really an old part. It's not that old. How, like I said, the Halloween parties and the trick-or-treating has nothing really to do with what Halloween really represents and why it was originally founded. And yet, these white colonizers committed genocide. Back in my native Celtic ancestry days, from my ancestors that were Gypsy Celtics, there was no such thing as genocide. The dead wouldn't stay fucking dead. Sorry to put the F-bombs in there. The dead wouldn't stay dead. They got up and walked. And when they got up and walked, they woke up. They woke up. They walked. They walked. That's why we go back to an old ancient 100 years tradition of back to the early dark ages. Why the campfire is a thing today, or how the campfire became a thing today, or how bonfire pits have become a thing today. Now today you won't find pentagrams or wicker squares under them, like my Celtic ancestors' times. Definitely. And braided into stone, built and carved into stones, because there was actual blacksmiths that would make knives back those days and axes out of horseshoes, and they used to make their own horseshoes from whatever they found in the wilderness that they could turn to metal. They would melt down into metal over their campfires. So there's a little history, guys, where, again, education, where where Halloween originally comes from. And yet our ancestors are shut out. They're disrespected because everybody is so caught up with Halloween parties and saying, oh, well, it's not Halloween without going to the bar and getting drunk. Or it's not Halloween without going today when the bars closed up or they did away with the parties. Or they to keep people safe, they were gonna shut down trick-or-treating temporarily. They say it's not Halloween without trick-or-treating. You guys don't understand. Halloween had nothing to do with trick-or-treating. It had nothing to do with the costumes. It had nothing to do with the parties or parades. That was started by Christianity. Real Halloween wasn't about that. The first Halloween was about my Celtic ancestries, gypsy ancestries, that was keeping our families safe from being harmed from dead things and extraterrestrials and demons and witches, and keeping our kids safe. So that way into these times and generations, we would live in safe times. And when Halloween came around. So the Christians made it safe by adding in new traditions of their own, of soul winning, exchanging for candy cakes, that kind of stuff like that. Knocking on doors, saving souls, exchange for candy, or soul cakes, or today what they call candy. So technically, the trick-or-treating is connected to the soul winners. Today, that you government says they cannot go to door-to-door soul winning. So if they can't go to door-to-door soul winning, you can't go to door-to-door trick-or-treating, because soul winning is part of trick-or-treating. Always has been. Always has been. According to the Christian history. No candy? They can't, again, you can stop Christians from going to door to lead people to God or Christ. Then you don't have the privilege of going door to door for candy. Because the purpose at one time going to door for candy, exchange for candy, was exchangement for salvation. Before you got the candy, you would offer salvation. In exchange, you would receive candy or soul cakes. Or you would hand out soul cakes, exchange to save their soul from purgatory or from being harmed from dead things walking the earth. Totally. That's how the Christians now got involved, and that kind of stuff like that. And the police departments went along with it to keep the teenagers from getting into trouble. And oh yeah, the guy's name that I remembered, at one time there was a terrorist by the name of Guy Fawkes. He was a witch that was stoned and was hung during the witch trials and burnt alive. From the UK, England. This is, guys, what I'm sharing with you is the real true history of Halloween, how it really started, and who really started it. My ancestors really originally started Halloween, but the custom of the costumes, the customs of candy, guys, trick-or-treating for candy, the actual Halloween parties, dances for years you used to love going to, had nothing to do with us Celtics. It had nothing to do with Halloween. For centuries. Halloween was always founded by us Celtics in the early Dark Ages, or my ancestor. Totally. There was a reason why it was founded, because of things we've seen. It has nothing to do with dressing up in a costume. That was Christianity that started that. That was the churches that started that. The parades, the parties, the trick-or-treating was all Christianity. Soul winning was soul cakes. Offering the gift of salvation. To receive something in exchange at the door from the other from the other person on the other end. If you led them to Christ and saved them from being harmed by dead things or being harmed by the devil. You took them out of the dark and brought them to the light, into the Celtic circle, or into the middle of the pentagram or the Wicca square, for they would be safe. Be saved and safe. That's all Halloween was originally about. Traditionally, why the Celtics started, my ancestors started the Celtic end of things, we found out of the first Halloween. But the Christians started the candy tradition. They started the costumes. They started the parades and parties to keep people out of trouble. And by bringing the unsaved and bringing them into our pentagram circle or our Wicca square to save their families from being harmed by bringing them to the light. So in a way, we taught them, we introduced to them Halloween. They introduced to us, they introduced it to the world, the party traditions. They added to it over the years, and they've forgotten about us. We're my ancestors, or the times we seen. That can spiritually, paranormally, really can happen. Definitely. And that, so keep that in mind. So, but, the way things look right now, there's too much favoritism. The kids are going to get their way. They're going to go trick-or-treating with special guidelines, even though during these times I would disagree with that. Definitely because the Christians were told they can't go to door. They're soul winning. And I personally don't think it is right that one group is not allowed to go to door soul winning or witnessing. While another group can go trick-or-treating on Halloween night. But the kids are going to be like last year. They're going to go anyways. But I just wanted to share you guys that I have a point on what I'm saying. Definitely. And there's a lot of truth behind it. And, that this favoritism is got to be equalized totally. But it shouldn't be there shouldn't be that kind of favoritism. Even back in the early Celtic days, in my ancestry times, there was no favoritism. There was no such thing. Totally. And there was no such thing as trick-or-treating. There was no such thing as, even on the first Halloween, there's no such thing as trick-or-treating. There was no such thing as parties to go to. You couldn't go down to the local saloon and get drunk. Not saying our ancestors did not have alcohol back those days. They knew how to make moonshine from the ground up. And they knew how to get high off the shit too. Totally. But yeah. But I gotta leave you with that kind of history, guys. But our next shows, guys, this is a one-time PSA, guys, education. But we're gonna get in back and go further into the ghost stories. So basically, guys, this shares you got kind of the customs of these ghost tales. Definitely. On how the original, how campfire legends, ghost legends come about, and why they exist today. Why the symbolization of the campfire exists. Why the bonfire symbol exists. A lot of people don't really. If you guys really go back, you guys really watch documentaries because there's internet today, guys. You really watch it, you read it. and understand it. You'll see how we were always forgotten about. Totally. When the Christians started the parades, they started the parties. They took a old, ancient night of ours, and they added to it that we introduced to them. They colonized us. They took something from us that was sacred to us. And it was sacred to us for a reason. And they commercialized it. Totally. To silence us, to drain us out. So my ancestors, or my Celtic descent, native descent, would be forgotten about and out of existence. That's the real point behind Hunter's Cabin. Totally. But I'm not saying that they would ever shut down the trick-or-treating permanently. It is just saying this right now, it is, or even last year, it shouldn't have been a thing last year, and it shouldn't be a thing this year while we're going through a virus pandemic. Definitely. Because even the Christians are told they're not allowed to go door to door. So the trick-or-treaters should comply to should have been forced to comply by the same laws and regulations as they have to. It's only fair. Totally. And then I'm hearing in March where everything is going to, if numbers are down, things will fully reopen and things will get better. So next Halloween in 2022 would be the year to reopen up the trick-or-treating again. Definitely. I think I did a very harsh PSA today. I don't want you guys to think that I sound mean, nothing like that. I'm not saying that. You're not going to lose, guys. You're not losing your parties forever. You're not losing your trick-or-treating forever. It is just to keep people safe. Because if we have the ability to tell the Christians they cannot go to door soul winning or witnessing, then we do have the right and power to stop your kids from going door to door trick-or-treating, or you've taken your kids around, to keep you safe during a pandemic crisis. And I as being a Celtic native descendant of ancestors that invented Halloween, and we were the ones that introduced Halloween to the Christians that commercialized us and colonized us, and that on both sides, we basically, yes, can shut things down or cancel things, temporarily during anything that is during a pandemic time or crisis time. There was a time that our ancestors, they did it before during World War II. Totally. During the Spanish flu, actually, back in the 40s. But so again, it is just to let you guys know, Halloween is a very spiritual night, guys. It has very dark history, very dark and satanic. Well, today they would call it satanic history. We don't see it as being satanic to us, but to the average Christian believers, they would say it's satanic. Then you should have not come here and colonized us and stole our shit and commercialized everything or mocked everything we seen. Our Celtic traditions, manipulated them, or commercialized us totally, on things we really saw, definitely, or ghost legend traditions. You depreciated us instead of appreciating us, totally. Again, not saying that to be mean. So that, like I said, guys, that's a little bit of my ancestry for you guys. Everybody's just different, totally. So you guys understand where Celtic Gypsy Warriors, why we're called Celtic Gypsy Warriors, and what kind of history we have. Or going back to my early ancestry. So if any white supremacy person says, "Oh, forget about the past," that's in the past. That's being racist towards us, definitely. There's a reason why things should be remembered, totally, and where things originally come from, and the real truth, how things were founded, and they were founded sacredly for a reason. Our ancestry even goes back before the time of the Freemasons' arrival. Definitely. That's what I said. They all crossed our Wicca square and into our pentagram. They came across national waters. They colonized us and tried to take our land. That's some of my ancestry history. Definitely. So yeah, the white supremacy colonizers. There you go. Lance has got that right. He sure got that one right. I'll tell you. I don't think he ever says that or starts his conversations that to sound mean or anything. I think but if you notice, he has a smile on his face. He's laughing when he says it. So if he's smiling or laughing, and you can see a smile smirk on his face, when he says "Hi, colonizer," when he starts a conversation, you can see the smile on his face. You can see I see the smile on his face. I see the glow on his face. I see the laughter behind him. He's not saying it to be mean or to hurt your feelings. He's just joking with you on true history to educate you on where we come from. Definitely, or where we descend from. Totally. But those that do listen to this video, guys, thank you so much for tuning on in. If people are still going to tempt to go trick-or-treating during these times, all I can say is stay safe. So I can say be careful. Definitely don't put our numbers up again, please, like they did last year. Wear your face coverings underneath your costume. Your Halloween mask, your rubber Halloween or plastic mask is not an assumption for a face covering. Remember that, guys. Totally. So include your face covering on your face underneath your rubber mask, underneath your plastic mask, guys. Stay warm, stay safe. And that, so. But I just wanted to guys let you guys understanding the real meaning and purpose of Halloween, what it really stood for, why Halloween originally existed. It was never about it was never about going door to door to get candy. It was never about dressing up in Halloween costumes. It was never about parades. It was never about a party. It was more about survival than anything. To my Celtic ancestors in their times, definitely. I would consider that is a clap there. The background sound effects, campfire sound effects, definitely. Thank you guys so much. Definitely. I hope you guys are educated in this video. I hope you guys like this video, guys. Definitely. So there's your real truth about Halloween, guys. Where it comes from. So that's why I said the candy tradition, the parades, the parties, the costumes has nothing really to do with Halloween. That's all commercialism. That the white supremacy Christian settlers took and commercialized us, and mocked things we seen and what we did to protect ourselves. Definitely. And what our real purpose of how Halloween originally started and where it originally came from. Have a nice day, guys.